We're live. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everyone to our second Contemporary Issues Technical Conference for 2020. This year, this one is different than the previous meeting. The previous meeting had a very large RTO focus. This one is going to be on, is titled Integrating Distribution System Planning with IRPs and RTO Planning. We have hopefully a very helpful and thought-provoking agenda. I'd like to read something here real quickly. Of course, I am Brad Borum. I'm the director of the RPP division for the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. And before we get started here with the official agenda, I'd like to read something here for everyone. Just like last time, this is being streamed through YouTube, and our presenters are hosting today's IRP Technical Conference via WebEx. As in previous years, this link will be posted to the Commission's webpage afterwards. Hopefully, you all were able to download the presentations off of the Commission's webpage. If not, they are available to do so now. And I do know that I checked just this morning. The purpose of streaming the IRP Technical Conference through YouTube is to allow a greater audience to join, help eliminate additional background noise, and provide a forum for questions regarding the topics of discussion. Presenters on the WebEx forum, please make sure your lines are muted unless it is your turn to present or answer questions. As is stated on the agenda, if you have any questions during today's presentations, you can ask them in the live chat box next to the video box on the YouTube link. Bob Pauley will then ask them to the presenters as they are received and as time allows. If you have technical issues with the live chat functions or with the YouTube stream, please contact Bob Pauley at mpauley, that's MPAULEY at urc.in.gov. If you have any additional questions about the presentations after the IRP Technical Conference, you can send those to Bob as well. I will also add, since I think some people last time found the live chat difficult to use, I would recommend then that you send questions, if need be, by email to Bob Pauley, and he should be able to get those. Or if you have my email address, you can send them to me as well. And mine is bb2bsorum at urc.in.gov. And I think with that, I will turn it over to Chairman Houston to welcome us and kick off the show, so to speak. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brad, and good morning to everyone, and welcome. On behalf of my fellow commissioners, we appreciate the participation of stakeholder engagement on issues directly impacting all of us as we look to the future. As Brad said, in August, we held our first Contemporary Issues Technical Conference for the year, which focused on the regional transmission organizations and their work, resource adequacy, and implications of the changing resource mix. And today we're hosting a second IRP Contemporary Issues Technical Conference. Today's forum includes presentations from many distinguished leaders in industry and thought, and several speakers from the U.S. Department of Energy's Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. Presentations will focus on addressing methods to further analyze customer behaviors at the distribution level and capturing those types of changes to inform the IRP process and continue developing more informed and more comprehensive IRPs. So on behalf of the IURC, I thank all of the speakers and facilitators for your participation today, especially those on the West Coast who are 3 hours behind us. When we break for lunch today, it'll still be breakfast time out on the West Coast, and we appreciate your sacrifice. Thank you, Dr. Borum, and the entire research, policy, and planning team for your ongoing work and for making today's forum possible. You have my best wishes for a great technical conference, and I'll turn it back to you, Brad. Thank you.
All right, thank you. As it says on our agenda, our first speaker is Larry Conrad, who is probably many of you know from his work with, if I remember right, with Duke Energy Indiana, before that Public Synergy, and he's been doing work lately for IPL and others. So he has very extensive experience here in Indiana and on renewable energy and DERs in particular. And the title of his presentation is Renewable Integration Models Based on Experience. So Larry, if I turn it over to you, if you want to share your screen, and again, people use the chat box for questions or email them to Bob or myself, and we will do our best to get as many of them addressed as we can. Thank you. Go ahead, Larry.
All right. Are we able to see the screen?
Yes, we can.
All right, very good. So we'll jump right in. Thank you for the opportunity today. I hope that I can provide some information that's useful to the participants. We talked about from history because many of you may not know that Indiana and Indianapolis in particular has a pretty long history with renewable energy, in particular solar. In 2014, Indianapolis was #2 in the nation for major cities with per capita solar installed capacity. Most of this was on the distribution system. Most of it was greater than 1 megawatt. In some cases, it was 10 megawatts on a circuit rated for 10 MVA. And several utilities were coming to Indiana asking, how did you do that? Most of the solar capacity that was installed then and even today is operating under the old IEEE 1547 rules. Those being that you had to turn off quickly for any kind of a disturbance, and there was no voltage control. You may or may not be aware that with the increased amount of distributed energy, we've changed that now to please stay on and please support the grid during disturbances. So the newer stuff that comes online will be doing that function. Just as a sidebar, later on you'll see that there's a lot of data from the MISO wind as well, which will show us some integration there. So most of these distribution presentations have some sort of a diagram like this, which shows on the top the traditional distribution system where there was a substation, a few miles of distribution feeder, some step-down transformers, services to homes. All of the power always flowed from the substation out to the load. Everything was about voltage drop from the source to the load. With the distributed energy resources, we have quite a few changes. Simple thing, here's a substation with 2 circuits. With energy resources on the other circuit, we have short circuit currents that will flow in the opposite direction towards the bus. We have short circuit currents and load current that will flow in both directions. That can tend to confuse items like voltage regulators. There was a site in northern Indiana with a school and a 900 kilowatt wind turbine, and the regulator was confused when the power was flowing in the reverse direction. Fortunately, I was able to help the people understand that new regulator controls can recognize that and deal with it. Similarly, we have issues with short circuit current. Typically, devices that detect problems on the circuit look for the amount of current flowing through them to determine if there's a problem. Well, with the possibility of distributed energy resources, the currents can be going in either direction. There's a risk for confusing the clearing device. There's another one with effective grounding and backfeed. I'll go into that a little bit more. And also, there are issues now if you have high concentrations of distributed resources with lots of power flowing in the reverse direction. You can potentially have high voltage at individual homes, high voltage at the end of the feeder, and so on. In fact, Hawaii had issues where when too many people would put solar on an individual distribution transformer, not all of it would operate because the voltage was too high. This is a long list of complications from distributed energy resources. It looks daunting, but I can say that most of these things can be overcome, have been overcome. When I started working on this stuff several years ago, the analysis packages, Synergy, SIME, MillSoft, OpenDSS, they all were struggling to keep up with the demand for more analysis. Today, most of those packages are doing pretty well in helping distribution planners analyze all of these different things. We talked about on the previous slide, high voltage concerns, low voltage. We'll talk about that a little more. Another one for planning, there's less certainty about the peak load potential and future risks. An example of that would be, we have a circuit, we're looking at the peak load on that, but there's a lot of distributed resources out there. If we don't know what they are doing, how much they're contributing, we don't know what might happen if they go offline. For example, a winter day, a cloudy day, the idea of figuring out how much load is actually out there becomes more difficult. I'll talk more about effective grounding on another slide. We sometimes see higher short circuit currents. This is especially true with rotating machines, combined heat and energy, that you have the risk of having short circuit currents that exceed the ratings of the interrupting devices, the fused cutouts, the reclosers. You have to be careful about that. I'll also talk about mutual coupling in models. That's one area that the analysis packages are not mature yet. For conservation voltage reduction, since I've been doing that for several years, I find that it's more difficult to verify what you're getting. Part of the reason is because of the distributed energy resources. Typically, we would look at the current and the load. We would lower the voltage and expect to see maybe 1%, maybe 2% reduction in peak demand or in energy. But now there might be 5% or more distributed resources moving up and down during the day for cloudy times, which makes it a little harder to verify what you're getting. I've found that I have to try to add back those changes from the distributed energy resource. We'll be seeing smart inverter settings now. You're probably aware that MISO is basically finished with the transient response requirements, the trip requirements that they have, but there will also be some smart inverter settings for volt var for locally, just to make sure we don't have high voltage, and I'll talk about that a little more. Another area of uncertainty are the new rules. You know, the FERC's coming out with ways that people can aggregate on the distribution system and contribute to the bulk system. We'll need to know how that works and what goes on. Another one is marginal pricing, how to figure out the value of distribution resources to the distribution system. I have a couple of examples there. We talk about marginal pricing. One of my clients, we were doing this more for California, trying to come up with ways to determine a marginal price. The concept there would be to have a distribution independent operator like the system operator for the bulk system. You would take the marginal prices on the bulk system and try to layer in some additional marginal prices for the distribution. It's been a challenge to try to come up with that, and my client really has sort of stepped aside, and we haven't been working on that lately because it's been a little difficult to find very much additional value on the distribution system. Then another one that I've seen a little bit is what to do is when the feeder is actually sold out. In other words, we mentioned that there are feeders rated for 10 megawatts and there's 10 megawatts of solar on there. What if somebody else wants to put solar on and the criteria say there's no more room? We haven't really bumped into that much yet, but it's something to think about in the future. I mentioned grounding, and part of the reason I do this because IURC level 2 rules require acceptance of effectively grounded circuits. And I've got a couple of slides. I don't want to overemphasize this, but it's one area that has been perplexing for me. We want to prevent transient overvoltages on switching. We want to have stable voltages, but we don't want to have backfeed. There's really three classifications that I would say are an ungrounded system. And what I'm trying to show is we have three ways of looking at this, and the red are downside, the greens are upsides, and the black is, well, kind of neutral. So we have all three in Indianapolis. I have some sites that are ungrounded. We're kind of trying to test and see which works best. Some that are minimum effectively grounded, and some that are strong. Just as an FYI, the Indianapolis airport went in as a strong effective grounding system, but I asked that it be designed in a way that we could reduce it to a minimum effectively grounded. And it wasn't very long that the fault current problems associated with strong effective grounding, we went back, we made some changes, and now the airport facility is at a minimum effectively grounded system. I don't want to get, we could have a whole session on this, but in some ways I'd like maybe for level 2 rules to not necessarily require acceptance and require effectively grounded anymore. Here's an example of what we get. Kind of complicated, but I have two distribution circuits. This happens to be along Rockville Road. So here's one of the distribution circuits, and here's another distribution circuit. And I have the detail all the way through to how the solar site was installed. And we won't go into a whole lot of detail here, but what I want to show is that we had a short circuit. We had a short circuit on feeder number 2. The normal process would be for the circuit breaker at feeder number 2 to disconnect the power and make it safe. In fact, it should have tripped, but it did not. What actually happened is 3 different devices on the wrong feeder tripped. Why is that? Mostly it was mutual coupling, which is not modeled in distribution circuits, and even the SIMDIST software still hasn't got it right. But what happens is, if this circuit has a lot of strong effective grounding equipment for solar or whatever, when the short circuit happens here on the right, a lot of short circuit current flows up to the substation and effectively makes it look like this circuit is closer. And so we end up with 3 times the expected short circuit current in the wrong direction on feeder 1 compared to feeder 2. I think we can work through this stuff. One of the things that's been done is we look for reverse direction of flow on the feeders. But it's just to illustrate some of the complexity that did not used to be there. Another example, this was a level 2 site, again in Indianapolis, and it has had the characteristics of backfeed. What happened is that a circuit had a problem. I think it was a car hit a pole, knocked a conductor down, and the conductor, one phase, opened, and it was in the clear on the load side of the substation. We had a strongly, effectively grounded transformer feeding this solar site. The employees reported a loud humming noise emanating from the side of the building. It persisted for quite some time, and it's a little hard to see, but I'll try to point out that upon inspection afterwards, the neutral wire had gotten hot all the way back to the transformer and melted the insulation. Further analysis indicated to me that this transformer was somewhat energizing that conductor that hadn't hit the ground, but the back feed, where we had 2 good phases coming to this transformer, and then there was an open phase on the third of the three legs. But this transformer was trying to continue to energize the customers on the bad phase. And that poses some risk for, electric shock. It poses some risk for damage to customer equipment when the voltage isn't anywhere what it should be. So that's a personal concern. I pressed for and got at least a note in the IEEE 1547 that we need to alert people that even when the solar site is not producing, this particular grounding configuration can cause backfeed issues, and we prefer to have this disconnected at the same time that the solar is turned off. Moving out to California for just a minute, and again, not going into great detail here, but it was interesting to watch the distribution planners in California when there was a lot of pressure to come up with quick ways for developers to identify how much solar they could put in a particular location without requiring a detailed study. That was the whole idea, is to somehow come up with a quick way for people to figure out, is it okay to put this much solar at this location? To build those maps that you may have seen of how much can go here, how much can go there. This is just a list of some of the factors that we worked on. The planners over time, these have evolved and changed. But around 2014, 2015, we had to write scripts in Python to look at every individual node, look at all these criteria, and determine how much solar would be okay at that place without a detailed study. Now, since then, the SIMDisk, the Synergy, and the others have built into their own software packages items that will do this automatically. So the scripts that I wrote back then are not much value now because the commercial software will do it for you. But just an idea, you know, of what consideration: high, low voltage, overloads, protection with respect to tripping, making sure we were clearing the right thing, fuse coordination, power quality with harmonics, and regulator control and operations. So all of those things were part of the discussion in California with respect to how much can go on a spot without requiring a detailed study. We also talked about high voltage a little bit. This is just one slide from some work that we did with Hawaii Electric and what they did. They originally, if you look at the ANSI standard, you can have voltage up to 126 volts, 5% high. The medium voltage can go to 2.5% low at night or any other time during the day. But Hawaii Electric had to lower their voltage on their 12 kV system during the day to accommodate more solar. If they did not lower the voltage during the day, they would have individual customers whose solar would not work. Now, since then, and with the new version of IEEE 1547, we can introduce volt-var control, which will by itself help regulate the voltage. Remember, a key difference in the new version of 1547 says that we want distributed energy resources to be a key participant in helping the system rather than just a nuisance that we had in the first version of 1547. I'll show you a quick example of something we did in Indianapolis back around 2014. 1547 would not allow the equipment to try to regulate voltage back then, but we figured out a way of tuning a power factor setting. I won't go into the mathematics of it, but it's a real simple thing. It was a way that we could still stay within 1547 and keep the voltage. What we're looking at is a voltage profile, almost minute by minute. The horizontal axis on the left is megawatts, and this site was generating about 9 megawatts of solar. But during the times of high solar output, the voltage was getting way too high. All we did was set a different power factor, about 98.5% lead, I think is what it was. And I came up with a way that we could basically say that the distribution system was virtually immune to the output of the solar. And that's what you see on the right. Is this is another day after tuning, and the voltage profile stayed pretty flat regardless if we had full output or we had no output and we had no more high voltage problems. And that's similar to what we will hope to see with the volt-var controls of the new 1547. I'll also mention, since I chair the C84.1 committee, C84.1, you may have heard, it is the voltage standard. It's what people use to determine how much voltage drop should be in a building. It's what determines the utilities figure out what voltage ranges they should have. And the equipment manufacturers use this same standard to know how high and how low their equipment should expect to see the voltage go. IEEE 1547, I would say, may have introduced a little point of confusion, which I've been communicating with the 1547 people. It sets a continuous overvoltage trip setting at 110% of nominal. In other words, in theory, a distributed energy resource could run continuously at 110% voltage. Well, the range A for C84.1 is 105%. So we have a little concern that we may see some situations where the distributed energy resource is connected very close to other equipment and may continue to operate at a little high voltage. Now, what I did is I challenged the appliance manufacturers. I challenged the equipment manufacturers who sit on this committee. And I said, can we allow the voltage to go higher? Can we allow the voltage to be continuously running at 10% above nominal? And they gave me a host of reasons why not. Safety considerations, the appliances, if you look at all the appliance standards, they test to C84.1. They do not test to see whether the equipment can operate at 110%. So they don't know. And not knowing, they say, we haven't tested for that, so we don't dare go there. The switchgear committee, same thing. NEMA, equipment manufacturers, same thing. So what we're doing, and this is sort of consistent with 1547, is we say that the distributed energy resource can have a 5% rise only in the dedicated circuit to it, but back where that distributed energy resource connects to other equipment, it needs to stay within C84.1. So I hope we've got this coordinated now. Still have a little concern, but hopefully the volt VAR controls and other things in the new distributed energy resource will keep us out of trouble and not cause high voltage concerns. So I'm going to switch gears now and talk about what would
Hey,
happen.
Larry.
Yes.
Larry, this is Brad.
Yeah.
Before we move on, can I ask a question here that we got on the
Okay.
chat from YouTube? It
Sure.
is, I'm not sure who it's from, but it says Heat is Power Association. It says, you are focused on intermittent DER resources. How many of the concerns you raised are also concerns with CHP or WHP DER with 95% plus reliability and availability?
Okay. The items that we talked about so far are about technical issues as far as keeping the protection correct, so that we don't have backfeed, worrying about the voltage fluctuations and things like that as the DER, if it moves up and down. So most of the things I talked about so far, those concerns are quite similar. In fact, there's one, I'm aware of one combined heat and power that they have a lot of trouble meeting 1547 with rotating machines. I'm not sure I answered that very well, but most of what I brought up so far have to do with technical issues with protection and things like that. The part that I'm about to begin, I think, is maybe more where the question is going. You follow up on that, or?
There's no follow-up yet.
Okay.
There may be, I think we're having, some of us are having a delay on seeing the chat. But that's some technical issues on our end that we're trying to resolve. So I will let you know if there's a follow-up.
Right.
Thank you.
But I will put a caveat on what I'm about to present, that certainly if there's a distributed energy resource that has consistent output and is not related to weather, absolutely it is more reliable, and it will stay on and not do some of the things I'm about to talk about. So, since we've been doing this for such a long time, have been sending to the State Utilities Forecast Group, or at least I did for years, monthly output for solar because there was interest in solar. I've also been mindful of the wind information that's available from MISO, and I've just sort of followed it personally. I started having a little bit of concern for the loading. The resource models weren't adequate because the traditional model covered average peak hours, peak demand, and wasn't looking at shoulder and even valley times. So, and I needed a simplistic way to, at least for me, to help understand what might happen. So I built some basic modeling tools. They're Excel workbooks, easy to understand. And I've taken coincident load, coincident production, mostly of solar for what I've had, and I've simulated different resource mixes. I now also have a decent history for at least electric vehicles in central Indiana. And I just thought I'd do that to see what kind of marginal value we get, what kind of things we need to think about. So here's an example. The upper left-hand corner is a distribution circuit. The red line is the hourly demand over 2 years. And you can see that in the summertime, the demand is at the peak. And then you see valley times, other parts of the year. This original was about a 9.2 megawatt peak. And so I tried different solar amounts. One that was an issue in California was no backfeed, for example. So my model would tell me how much solar could be added on this distribution circuit for no backfeed. That turned out to be 2.8 megawatts. So what is the marginal value of that solar for reducing the peak demand on the circuit? We size distribution circuits for the peak demand. So hour by hour for 2 years, I layered in a nearby solar site, adjusted the size of the solar site for 2.8 megawatts, and determined how much peak demand we would have seen with that solar. Turned out it was about 0.4 megawatts. So one way to think about that is kind of maybe in MISO terms or something, a capacity credit of 14%, which means that about out of that 2.8 megawatts of solar added, that reduced the peak demand on the circuit 0.4 of a megawatt. And that's pretty common. I've run a lot of circuits now, and we'll see similar things. The lower left-hand corner is what if we really load up and put 9 megawatts of solar on that circuit? How much more peak demand reduction do we get? Well, it turned out for this particular model, adding 9 megawatts of solar on the circuit only reduced the peak demand 0.5 of a megawatt, or half a megawatt. So the reduction credit would be about 5.4%. And these are just, illustrative examples. The reason that I used solar, I didn't put wind on these distribution circuits because it's not expected to see very many wind turbines on urban or semi-urban circuits. So the idea is mostly solar. And just as a sidebar, if you're not familiar with it, you can go out to Google and you can do the Google Solar Project. You can look and see at every rooftop how much solar is available, what you can do with it. And we've gone so far now as to script, I guess, some scraping of the Google, and you can figure out location by location. You can see how much solar potential is at each home, each building. We marry that up, and I script that into distribution models so we can get an idea what the maximum potential might be on each individual circuit. And then based on history, what people do, you can kind of get an idea of how much they might do. The lower right-hand corner is just doing solar. And it's just to illustrate. It's just doing solar for net zero. In other words, we've figured out how much solar would be necessary on that distribution circuit to cover the entire energy need of that circuit over a 2-year window. And turns out that for that 9 megawatt peak circuit, we need to put in about 23 megawatts of solar to achieve net zero. Unfortunately, what happens then is if we don't store it locally and we push it back into the grid, we get reverse powers upwards of 18 megawatts. So that makes the marginal cost negative. You have to actually build another circuit somehow to accommodate all the reverse flow. And this is also true down at an individual home or a group of homes on a transformer. If we do net zero with solar, it's typical to see reverse power flows that are upwards of twice the forward power flow in order to achieve net zero. And the obvious reason is there's no production from solar at night, so you have to make a lot in the day to cover for the usage at night. I also tried a marginal cost for adding a battery to another circuit. We had a circuit that was getting close to peak load. And so I thought, well, let's try putting a battery on there and some solar. And it did help quite a bit with the battery. And this is just showing that the battery was very active in the summertime to reduce the summer peak demand and rather quiet during the shoulder times, and kind of showing the, whoops, here we got it, state of charge for the battery. Turns out for net zero, if we wanted to do solar over that 2-year period with this particular model, we would have needed, like I said, 23 megawatts of solar and 5,380 megawatt hours of battery. And this is, again, just solar on distribution. assuming that, rooftop solar is one of the things that we would likely see on distribution systems. So in order to do net zero, which seems unlikely, but we would need 23 megawatts of solar and a lot of battery, 5,000 megawatt hours of battery. That's about, I think that's about 400,000 Tesla Powerwall 2s. The battery is really best described as a seasonal thing, at least in Indiana. Maybe in other parts of the country where you don't have as much cold, where you don't have the cloud cover and snow cover in the winter on your solar panels, probably does a lot better. But what we're seeing here is during the summer months, we were charging the battery, spring and summer, and then in the winter, the blue areas, we're discharging the battery, trying to keep the lights on. Again, this is just solar. Without question, combined heat and power and other items will do much better than this. So I'll also switch to, since I did this, I thought, well, maybe let's scale this up a little bit. Let's see what we can do to put wind in the mix. See what we could do, maybe model the batteries a little better. And what can we do? So I have 5 years of coincident history in per unit of rated capacity. That means over time, as we saw more wind capacity in MISO, I scaled it so that we had a wind that was in just per unit of whatever rated capacity. That allows us to raise and lower the amount. Same thing for solar. As more solar was added, it's just central Indiana, but as it was added, I converted that to per unit. So this little model will accept then any resource mix. I'll show you a little bit about it. And then we can use this to roughly inform us. And I say roughly inform us because it's not a super fancy model, but it can roughly inform us what needs to happen or what might work and what might cause us trouble. So here's the model, and you have the presentation. Might be easier to see it on the presentation, but I'll walk through it a little bit. So we have inputs of the peak load. We're going to do 1,000 megawatts, regardless of, right now, we're just going to do 1,000 megawatts so you kind of get a feel for how much of the different resources are relative to the load. So 1,000 megawatts of load. Solar in this particular one is 400. Wind is 400. And I put 100 megawatt hours of battery. And it says fossil. This is really some sort of dispatchable. So we have 800 megawatts of dispatchable resource. If it's close, it's roughly 10% reserves by the way MISO does it right now. We know MISO is seriously considering, and PJM is seriously considering changes on how they give capacity credits. So this column labeled load per unit of peak is basically, I took 5 years of MISO load profile. I found the peak, divided every hour by the peak. So at 3/22 January or March 22nd, 2015, the load was 51% of peak load. I did the same thing like I talked about for wind. So the wind was 55% of rated at that point in time. The solar in central Indiana was doing very well, 94-95% of rated. So here's how that works, is I calculate the load. So I had 51% of 1,000 megawatts, there's 512 megawatts of load. We had 380 megawatts of solar at that point in time. we had 222 megawatts of wind, which left a 90 megawatt excess of wind and solar at that hour. So we can see over here that with a 100 megawatt hour, 4-hour battery, we can charge that at 25 megawatt hours per hour. So we started charging the battery, charge it some more, charge it some more, charge it some more. And then we were up to 100 megawatt hours of battery. Then as the sun went down, we started coming up short. We were 147 megawatts short. So we used 25 megawatt hours from the battery, but we had to turn on the dispatchable resource, 122 megawatts. Next hour, again, we discharged the battery some more, but the fossil or dispatchable, I'd rather just call it dispatchable, that had to ramp up again. So we have a region here of per unit values for the system peak and renewable. We have a region of calculated renewable output, and then we have a region of calculated dispatch. Now, a couple of simplifications. Batteries don't give you a round trip 100% efficiency. This model for the moment uses 100% efficiency for the round trip on the battery. Another thing is the wind is per unit of MISO, which goes all the way up into Minnesota. It's unlikely that we would get that much diversity benefit for wind if we were just looking at Indiana by itself. At the same time, the solar is central Indiana, so there's probably some more diversity for central Indiana that's not accounted for. But the idea of the model is we could go and we could get, better information for load profile for the state if we want, load profile for wind and solar for this state, and the model will still work. So I'll provide some outputs from the model just for discussion. I use the first example that I'll go through uses those inputs from the previous slide. Once again, 1,000 megawatt peak demand, 400 megawatt solar, 400 megawatt wind, and 400 megawatt hours of battery, and 815 megawatt hours or 815 megawatts of dispatchable fossil. So I've made these outputs really big, trying to make it so you can see them without, I guess some screen resolutions may not be that good. I'm going to provide a traditional load and control area. We'll talk about that. Output from the dispatchable resources, percent of customers or load lot without power, average number of days shortage, and what the battery is doing. So here are the 5 years of MISO central load profile. That's this area. So we can see here's one summer, winter, summer, winter, summer. This is hourly output or hourly demand for electricity. And it peaks out at 1,000 megawatts like we have on the scale. Down here is in the traditional world, each entity tried to meet its own load and would always have a balance of 0. If it didn't, maybe the entity would be selling or buying and have contracts to buy or sell. So with this particular model, once in a while we are seeing that we have renewable output that is greater than the load. So we need to be out in the market trying to find somebody who will either buy this renewable energy, or we have to tell the renewable energy to back off and decrease output. Likewise, in this model, it's hard to see, but it'll become more apparent. There's a little negative spot here, happened to be, during a peak load, came up just a little bit short. So we need to be in the market to buy some power to cover for that particular load. And Another of my motivations for this was 1999. I was in Cincinnati, Emergency Command Center, and prior to that, there had been, I think, a strategy to be short and expect the market to cover. And on that day, we were way short, and I was sitting there with my rotating blackout list, ready to do rotating blackouts for a good part of the system, or the Synergy system. Instead, they drugged the system and triggered a whole bunch of rules after that, but I was very concerned when it was my rotating blackout list, and I was going to be the guy that said, who goes without power? So one other thing I want to mention is the dispatchable. Typically, this red line is what the utility did with their dispatchable resources, and just about all the resources were dispatchable. But when we introduce at least wind and solar, now the dispatchable resource is going up and down and up and down, and even hitting zero. Remember that each one of these is 1 hour. So we're seeing the resource, we're seeing the dispatchable go up and down a lot. I'm not sure that steam plants, whether fired by coal or gas or whatever, steam plants will have a little trouble following this. And that's part of the reason I think you're seeing more gas turbines. I've even heard some talk about reciprocating engines in some cases to try to match and follow this load. With respect to time short, in this model, very little is short, only a couple of times, and only 5 to 7% short. I'm using the top of the scale at 60% because that'll be important later. Another thing that you might have seen with MISO is some of the recent reports put out a grid of risk. In other words, we have month of year and hour ending, and how much risk is there? Well, this is my version of that risk, which is showing the average number of days per hour and month that we might expect a shortage. And with this particular model, we've got a lot of renewables, we've got a lot of dispatchable, and virtually no risk. This is saying once out of 5 years, we might have a problem. Battery was going up and down some. Depending on how much battery we have, you'll see this vary quite a bit in any kind of live model. So I'm running 4 different scenarios just to illustrate. We have the original scenario that I talked about here, the upper left. Another scenario is one that I just built. If you'll notice, it has a lot more solar, it has a lot more wind, has more battery, it has some dispatchable, but not as much as scenario 1. Scenario 3 has quite a bit of solar, some wind, has battery again, but has a lot of dispatchable. And then scenario 4 is yet another one, quite a bit of solar, some wind, but very little dispatchable resource. Doesn't matter, whatever that is. It could, I'm not going to say coal or gas or whatever. It's just not much dispatchable. And you can see the total nameplates of these different ones. So in order to serve 1,000 megawatts of load, this upper left has a nameplate capacity of 700 or 1,700. The one scenario 3 has a nameplate capacity of 2,100. and so forth. So how does this look when we push it through the model for the 5 years? The one in the upper left is what you're familiar with. We've already done that one. The upper right is, again, another scenario. But what we see is these high blue spikes, which means we have an excess of renewable energy. So we have to be in the market to find somebody who wants to buy that excess energy. Somebody else will have to reduce their dispatchable resources probably to accommodate that excess, or the renewable energy producer will have to curtail. Then we see negative going spikes hour by hour, and that means that we're short. So we will have to be in the market to buy, or have to come up with some other dispatchable resource, or use some of the I guess demand response types of things. Maybe there are industrials that can back off, turning off water heaters, turning off air conditioning, or whatever. But we need to figure out some way to cover for this loss or this shortage of generation. Scenario 3 did a pretty nice job of not coming up short, but still had quite an excess of renewable energy. And then scenario 4 was, like I said, was very heavy on solar and had the lowest dispatchable resource, whatever the dispatchable resource might be, that had the lowest amount. And you can see lots and lots of excess energy and lots of times of shortages. So this is what the dispatchable resources were doing on those 4 scenarios. And we can see, a lot of up and down here, a lot of up and down here on the left, lower left. The 2 scenarios on the right, we often ended up with the dispatchable resource maxed out, and we were really wanting more if we wanted to keep the lights on. This is kind of a percent short, just how much percent of the load. It's not megawatts short, but it's sort of an indication of, how much percent of the system you're deficient hour by hour. And so whatever that dispatchable resource might be, we're in pretty good shape. But trying to use wind and solar only without dispatchable resource, we have some issues that we have to come up with. And this is consistent, I think, with what we're seeing from PJM and MISO, that as we have more penetration of renewable, and if we start giving up dispatchable resource, there will be some issues. And this just kind of is another way of looking at it, another way of understanding it. Putting it in that risk grid, again, scenario 1 and 3 look pretty good. Scenarios 2 and 4, not so good. I mean, there are times where we've seen 20 days per month or more where we're probably going to be short for certain hours. So this is kind of a summary of what that model does. And it was just hoping to illustrate, the challenges. It is what it is. Each of the scenarios up here, I think we got about, scenario 1, we got about 36% renewables, which is not bad. And, just a small shortage. Not much megawatt shortfall, should be easy to do. Scenario 2, not quite as good. We had potentially more curtailments. Matter of fact, quite a bit of curtailments in the megawatt hours of renewables, either curtail or find someone else to buy it, and so forth. Scenarios 3 and 4, again. And one of the things on the curtailment that I did is I deducted the times were short. So this is curtailment when there's a surplus. So anyway, that's kind of the crux of everything. Now, why, again, just to reiterate, why does that work? Well, we have wind and solar that goes up and down. This is the combined wind and solar 5 years MISO wind plus Indiana solar per unitized by hour. So we can really look at this as there are many hours where the wind and solar was doing real well, maybe 80–90% of rated capacity. But there were also many hours where wind and solar combined were less than 10% of nameplate. And that's kind of the crux of the why we need to keep dispatchable of some sort. This was MISO had an event. Well, MISO put out some information about several days of almost no wind that occurred January 28th through February 3rd. Now this wind is across the entire northern footprint. And so the green line shows how much wind was being produced compared to nameplate. And then I've layered in the red is how much solar was produced at the same time in Indiana. And unfortunately, I wish this wasn't so. Lord, I wish this wasn't so. But fact is that both wind and solar were quite low for about 4 days in the middle of the winter. And that is, whether the resource is on the distribution system or it is utility grade, it's still going to perform in this general fashion. And so whether this is on a distribution system where we're hoping for solar to help out in the winter, it doesn't do a lot some days. You still have to plan for the peak loads, so your distribution system has to be planned for the regular peak loads. And unfortunately, the bulk system also has to be the same thing. So what is needed to make this work? To use wind and solar and keep the lights on, we have to have some form of a dispatchable resource. The red is the old traditional, and it's fossil and coal and stuff like that, that the load never got below, this much. And so you could always keep on nuclear, you could always keep on some fossil, you could shut some off for the summertime or the wintertime, do your maintenance, but some would always run. But in order to accept the renewables and give them the highest priority for energy, then you need to take the fossil, whatever dispatchable, that needs to go up and down to meet the loads when the renewables aren't there. When I think about Indiana, it would seem maybe even we have 2 engine manufacturers in the state, and we have a gas turbine jet engine manufacturer. Maybe there's an opportunity for those companies to actually participate and help with this conundrum of moving the dispatchable up and down. I've said to others, for Indiana, I would hope maybe we could produce hydrogen. Maybe we could do the research. Maybe we could be ones who make hydrogen, and we make these dispatchable resources dual fuel, so that once we start making hydrogen with our excess renewables, we'll burn the hydrogen in the dispatchable resources. But that's just me hoping for some way to get even more renewable resources and put them to use in the state of Indiana. So with that, I'll stop and be ready for questions.
All right, Larry, we do have a couple of questions that have come in thus far.
Sure.
One is from Andy Satchwell from LBNL, and he's asking, did you compare the total portfolio or marginal cost of the 4 scenarios?
There is a, I'll show you, there is a pricing thing in there. I didn't do that because I don't claim a lot of knowledge about the marginal pricing on this part, but I will get to the model and I'll show you what it did. Almost there. Whoop. The response from my keyboard is a little slow here. Okay, so I put in the opportunity for a capital cost, for each of those, a cost per kilowatt hour in the battery, and a cost for fossil. And I put in there, at this time, I put in $32 per megawatt hour. You can put in other numbers, and it will come up with a cost per kilowatt hour for that model. But the model does not vary the cost per hour. And so I basically avoided presenting that because I don't make any real claims about how good or bad the model is with respect to cost.
Okay, let me get to the next question. Next question is from Jennifer Washburn. It is, do you have sources for what you relied on in your analysis? So I guess kind of like, what kind of documentation do you have to back up the data?
Okay, certainly. You can go out to MISO and you can download the wind information anytime you want. You can go to MISO and you can get the load, you can get the wind, you can get the actual resource dispatch. That's all available, download from MISO. The solar is, I say, Central Indiana. I was asked to provide data to the utility forecast group, so I'm assuming that that's public data there. I will say that it is, for all practical purposes, it is one company's solar data, about 100 megawatts of solar. And so it does not include northern Indiana, southern Indiana. I would suggest coming up with a way to do sort of an aggregate solar across the state for that.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions at the moment, so I'll ask a question or two here just in case before we break for lunch, but this will give a little bit of time for some other questions to come in.
But while you're looking there, I might say that, I've looked at the LBNL study for distribution, and I pretty much concur with the conclusion that for the foreseeable future, the distribution system can reasonably handle the predicted amount of resources. The new software, you look at TDISC, and the utilities who are putting in advanced distribution management systems, I think we'll be able to deal with the issues. It's more complicated, but I think it's doable. And as LBNL pointed out, there's not a whole lot of cost on the distribution system with respect to capacity additions.
All right, I have another question that has come in. This is from Will Kenworthy. What system demand data did you use?
The system demand data is in this model, is the MISO. There's central area. They have different regions, and I pulled the MISO load data that covers the greater part of Indiana. And so it's just MISO data. Now, the distribution circuit models, those were individual distribution circuits of a client. I've done several more since this that are not included in the presentation. But for the distribution model, you really have to get individual circuit load profiles. And I think LBNL did more of that than me.
Question 5 is referring to? Yeah. Yeah, if you're done, Larry, we have a fifth question that has come in. This is from Heatis Power Association. Please explain how the large industrial that you mentioned might help stabilize.
Okay, sure. You will find that utilities have worked with some industries who can, upon call, reduce their demand. I think steel is one that tends to do that. You can find other industries who will, at least a few times a year, reduce their demand on call. They get a reduction in their energy bills for it. And so that's how that can work. I doubt if anybody would do curtailments every other day, but a few times a year, they do it. You know, and with incentives, I mean, you can think about things like thermal storage, other ways. You know, you go up to Ludington, Michigan, and you see the big hydroelectric storage up there. So, I mean, there's, you know, a variety of ways you might consider doing it, but industrials do sometimes offer to reduce load on call.
Let me ask a question here real quickly. Just what kind of information should utilities begin thinking about that they asking customers when they want to put in DER in their homes or on their industrial or commercial facilities? What kind of information should utilities start thinking about trying to collect from them, these customers, in terms of the operating characteristics of the DER? Yeah. And I know some utilities right now say it's probably not that big of an issue right now because it's so small, but yet what should they start laying the groundwork for to be prepared?
Yes. But if you think back with 1547, when I was on the original group, and it was all about, oh, you're just a nuisance, go away. And so we rigged it so that, okay, we'll accept it, but just if there's any disturbance, go away. And now, like we said, that's changed. That we're expecting this to be a vital part of the mix. And so one of the things that you'll see, this is already in Hawaii and in California, and MISO is just there now, is that the distributed energy resources, at least the inverter-based resources, they can be programmed for the dynamic responses necessary. So you can literally buy a solar inverter, at least some of them, and they will tell you, here's your program for California. Here's your program for Hawaii. Here's your program for MISO. And so, as far as what to ask, one is, well, are you doing that? Keeping track of the nameplate information is important, just so you know how much is out there. But those are things that are already pretty well available through the applications. We're seeing a lot of advanced metering where we'll get load profile information. That's becoming more and more important. I don't know if I've answered your question or not, but.
No, that's fine. I think we'll ask one more question, and then I think we'll have to take a break for some of us to eat lunch
Right.
before we pick up again at noon for the rest of the program. The next question is, have you talked with Cummins about the research it has been doing regarding renewable hydrogen production?
I have not. That is something that came to me within the last 2 weeks. the idea. So I have not. You've got Cat up in Lafayette. I think they're still making engines. So maybe there's an opportunity.
Okay. Well, like I said, I think we've reached the point where we probably need to
Okay.
stop for at least some of us to get lunch before we start up again at noon. But if as we get in other questions, what we may do is we will probably compile them. We may send them to you to get your answer, and then we can post those to our website. The next week or so, if possible. So at this time, I think we will break and we'll come back for lunch or after lunch at noon for the next speakers from LBNL. And I think we will have a sign that goes up that says that we are on break, if I remember correctly. All right. But again, thank you, Larry.
You bet.
Yeah. I don't even know what it was. Put on mute here.
I'll hang around for this afternoon if you have a window or you want to throw a question or two in. I'll stay with this.
All right, that'd be fine. Hey, Lisa and Fritz, are you ready here? Because we'll probably be starting up shortly, okay? Or momentarily.
I'm ready. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great.
I'm also ready.
Now,
All right,
do not, while you're doing this, please do not have the YouTube feed on because there's like a 10-second delay.
Oh gosh. Okay.
So if you also are having that up on a different screen, you're just going to confuse yourself. If you have that on a different screen, just mute it. Because like I said, there's at least a 10-second delay there from when we're doing it here on the WebEx and when it shows up on the YouTube.
Okay.
And then, as you saw, probably if you were on at all for Larry's presentation, just bring up your presentation and share your screen, and hopefully everything will work fine. It worked well for Larry this morning, so
Great.
okay, let me see.
I can see it.
Wonderful.
Nope, but not anymore. Wait, what's that, Carl? Fritz Carl. What's the
Yeah.
All right, this is Brad Bourne with the IURC staff. I quickly inhaled my lunch.
Mhm.
Bob Pauley won't provide details, hopefully, about how bad that looked with me scarfing down my food so fast. But, well, he says it was ugly. But anyway, thankfully I wasn't on screen. Our next speakers are Lisa Schwartz and Fritz Carl. I'm sure I butchered that somehow. But, and their topic is all source competitive solicitations, state and utility practice. So I believe we are ready for you to start, and we will do it like was happening earlier. People will type their questions into chat on YouTube, and we have a couple different ways that we can access those questions. And then either we'll wait to the end of your presentation to ask the questions, or if there's a good break, we have some questions, good point, and we have some questions, then we will read the questions for you guys to respond to. So having said that, I will turn it over to you.
Thanks, Brad. Thanks, Bob. I'm Lisa Schwartz at Berkeley Lab. Thanks for this opportunity to present on a new report in the Future Electric Utility Regulation series on all source competitive solicitations. The lead author is Dr. Fritz Carl. He's an independent researcher and a consultant to Berkeley Lab. Previously, he was a director at the consulting firm E3, Energy and Environmental Economics. Next slide, please. Before Fritz presents, I'm going to take a few minutes to tell you about the report series, and we'll take questions following Fritz's presentation. But if you have a burning question, feel free to tee that up, Brad or Bob. The final version of the report, following external peer review, is awaiting U.S. Department of Energy's approval to publish. But if you'd like a copy of the report now, please reach out to me at the email address listed here, and I'll be happy to provide you with a copy of the report. Next slide, please. The report series uses a multiple perspectives format. It's somewhat unique. Our goal is to present different views on the future of utility regulation and utility business models, since we don't know exactly what the future holds. And we talk about the trade-offs between achieving a reliable, affordable, and flexible power system. The reports are designed to inform ongoing discussions and decisions by utility regulators, policymakers, and the broader electricity industry, and the U.S. Department of Energy funds the report series. Next slide. We're grateful for our advisory group, which helps prioritize what topics we cover, how we cover them, and reviews the draft reports. We also use other external peer reviewers. It's a pretty rigorous process. Members include representatives of utilities, public utility commissions, consumer representatives, and other experts. Next slide. And this new report is the 13th in the series. We've covered a wide range of issues since we started back in 2015. The series has covered issues related to responding to the impacts of customer-sited distributed energy resources, to the future of wholesale electricity markets, to utility investments in resilience of electricity systems. You can get all of the reports that are available so far at the website listed. We also have slides and webinar recordings. Additional reports are forthcoming. And I'm going to turn it over to Fritz here to talk about our report that's our latest one in the series. Thanks, Fritz.
Thank you, Lisa. It's a pleasure to be with you all today, and thanks to those of you on YouTube for joining us. So the report that I'm going to talk about today, as Lisa mentioned, is a review of state and utility practices around all-source competitive solicitations. And this report is a little bit different than some of the other reports in the Future Electric Utility Regulation series, in that it's more of a research report rather than a point-counterpoint, rather than something in the point-counterpoint style. A few quick notes on scope before we dive in. So this report focused on vertically integrated utilities, so we didn't cover publics or cooperative utilities. We focused on bulk system procurement, but there is a section of the report that discusses and examines non-wires alternative solicitations. For today's presentation, I'm going to start with some key takeaways from the report. We'll go into some overall context and background. So why is it that all-source procurement is coming into vogue again, and what are the types of problems that it can address? I'll give a quick overview of the competitive all-source procurement process, and then I'll go into a little bit more detail on three discrete elements in that process: resource needs identification, RFP instrument design, and offer evaluation and selection. I'll talk a little bit about NWA solicitations for distribution system needs, and then lastly, I'll offer a few concluding thoughts before we open up for Q&A. So I'm hoping to be limited to about 30 to 40 minutes to give us about 20 minutes for Q&A. Okay. Before we get too far in, a couple of quick clarifications on semantics. By all source, I'm going to mean broadly that all or in some cases most resources can participate in the solicitation. By competitive, I'm going to mean that sellers meeting eligibility requirements, eligibility criteria, including utilities and their affiliates, can participate in the solicitation. So as the figure here shows, for many states, moving toward an all-source framework for solicitations means moving from a utility procurement framework where in which utilities are procuring resources through multiple solicitations, so different solicitations for gas-fired generation, capacity resources, renewable energy, and in some cases storage and demand-side resources, to a solicitation framework through which they're procuring most or all of their resources through a single solicitation, likely still complemented by utility programs. So this figure is a little bit of an oversimplification, and we'll get into some of the nuances around this figure in the presentation. But this is still a useful way to think about, for a lot of states, what all-source competitive solicitations entail, moving from multiple solicitations to something more like a single solicitation. In the report and in the presentation today, I'm going to try to keep things broad and not try to adjudicate on what is and is not all-source. To provide some overall framing and context for the presentation, I wanted to start at the end and offer 9 key takeaways from the report. First is that state PUCs play a critical role in building confidence in the fairness and integrity of the solicitation process. So another way to say this is that developing competitive solicitation processes for regulated natural monopoly utilities, and in this case, monopsony utilities, is by definition very complicated and complex. And it requires a significant amount of investment in time and resources and iterative adjustment to get a good process. If you look around at other states, you can see that the rewards are pretty significant, but it's important to note that this is not a free lunch or even a low-cost lunch. The second takeaway is that utility resource plans provide a foundation for all-source solicitations, and the two interact in really important ways. So, for instance, resource plans will identify resource needs for the solicitation. They'll give a sense of utility relative costs and the kinds of resources that utilities are likely to procure. Competitive solicitations, alternatively, can reveal important information about cost that can be used in part in the resource planning process. The third takeaway is that moving toward all-source competitive procurement can complement state energy policies. There are multiple ways to design technology-neutral all-source solicitations in ways that also complement and accommodate state energy goals. The fourth takeaway is that net value is a more important metric than cost in evaluating bids in all-source solicitations. And this stems from the fact that we're in all-source solicitations, we're having to compare bids on an equivalent basis from resources that have very different characteristics. So for instance, gas, fire generation, and batteries. And we'll come back to this later in the presentation. Fifth is that ongoing efforts are needed to improve bid evaluation methods. So for instance, currently we're still caught in this uneasy space between deterministic and stochastic modeling of wind and solar. We do a good, but probably not a great job of modeling storage. And we don't, in general, we kind of do a mixed job of thinking about risk and utility planning and procurement. There's a lot of work going on in this space right now through DOE, EPRI, and others. And it's important for utilities and commissions to stay up to date. Sixth key takeaway is that if you look at all source competitive procurements over the last decade or so, there's actually been very little procurement of demand side resources, whether that's demand response or energy efficiency or distributed generation plus storage. But with changes in technology, new opportunities are emerging for participation of distributed energy resources in all source solicitations. That being said, utility programs are probably going to persist, especially for things like energy efficiency. And this is a 20 to 30-year-old debate, and there's at least some consensus that some kinds of resources are best solicited through competitive solicitations, whereas others are best procured through utility programs. Seventh key takeaway is that energy storage and battery storage in particular is quickly becoming a fixture in utility solicitations. And the unique evaluation challenges for energy storage warrant systematic analysis by utilities. There may be a role for state regulators to do something similar to what FERC asked the ISO's RTOs to do in Order 841, which is, in this case, would be to ask utilities to ensure that they're procuring storage when cost effective. We'll talk about a little bit more about this one as well in a minute. Eighth is that ensuring comparable evaluation between utility-owned and non-utility-owned resources presents ongoing challenges for public utility commissions. There's probably a tendency for lots of folks, including myself, and I'm going to fall victim to this later in the presentation, to focus more on the all-source part of the all-source competitive procurement. But the most fundamental challenges are often really in the competitive part. There's been roughly 2 decades of discussion starting from FERC Allegheny in the early 2000s on how to allow utilities and their affiliates to participate in competitive solicitations. And at this point, I think it's safe to say that there's a playbook on how to do this, but that also it's safe to say that parts of that playbook are still evolving. And then last, but certainly not least, is that for investor-owned utilities, independent evaluators play essential roles in all source solicitations. So all of the recent all-source solicitations that we reviewed in the report used independent evaluators or monitors. And the extent of the involvement of the independent evaluator varies quite a bit across states, but the role is very pivotal in all-source solicitations. Okay, so let's step back a bit and provide some context. First, all-source solicitations are not new. Utility competitive solicitations more broadly emerged as an alternative to PURPA in the 1980s, and several states required these solicitations to be all source, or in some cases, utilities conducted all source procurements of their own accord. The landscape for utility procurement shifted during the 2000s as the electric industry restructured, but there are a handful of states, including Colorado, and to a lesser extent Montana and California, that have had all source requirements since either the 1980s or the 1990s. So they've been doing this for more than a decade. The more recent interest in all source competitive solicitations is being driven by rapid technological change, including uncertainty around technology costs, steep declines in the costs of wind, solar, and batteries, the portfolio effects of wind, solar, and storage, and renewed interest in demand-side resources under the rubric of distributed energy resources. I wanted to give two quick examples of how all-source solicitations can address the challenges of rapid technological change. So this first example is around addressing uncertainty in technology costs, and this is a local example. This comes from NIPSCO. So as part of its 2016 IRP, NIPSCO commissioned a survey of costs for different generation and storage technologies. The range of costs from that survey is the blue bars here. And as you can see, the range is pretty large. In part to help reduce some of this uncertainty, NIPSCO conducted an all-source solicitation in 2018, and the orange dots here show the results for the for sale option from that solicitation. And these are just a little bit more comparable on this dollar per kW overnight cost basis. But as you can see, from the perspective of reducing uncertainty and cost, this was pretty successful. And it's important to note that the incremental value of the all-source solicitation in this case, relative to having separate solicitations for different kinds of resources, was in the efficiency of getting all of this cost information for a range of technologies all at once and through the same competitive platform. The second example I wanted to highlight is from Public Service Company of Colorado, or Excel Colorado. I'm guessing that many of you are familiar with this example and have seen the bottommost table here. So the two tables here are results from are bid results from the from PSCO's 2013 and 2017 solicitations. But to me, what was most interesting about this 2017 solicitation was the difference with PSCO's 2013 solicitation. So for instance, in 2013, PSCO received 14 bids for solar, and solar was about 1/4 of all bids. In 2017, solar dominated the solicitation, was more than 50% of all bids and projects. In 2013, PSCO had one storage bid, and in 2017, it had 28 bids and 21 project offers for standalone storage, and lots of bids for storage paired with other resources, including, interestingly, ACP. I think this all underscores another important aspect of all-source solicitations, which is their ability to help utilities adapt their portfolios to a changing market. And again, what's unique about the all-source solicitation relative to having separate solicitations is the ability of all-source solicitations to regularly update utility assumptions about technologies and technology costs on a regular basis, all at the same time and all through the same competitive platform. So building on the Excel Colorado experience, I wanted to spend a bit of time talking about energy storage. As our experience has been that this is sort of an important driver of how states are thinking about all-source procurement and state interest in all-source procurement. So energy storage is also not new in the US. We have around 22 gigawatts of pumped hydro capacity, most of which was built during the 1970s. But what's driving interest in storage right now is two interrelated things. The first is expanded functionality, meaning that the value of storage is increasing. And the second is cost declines for battery storage. And I could probably add a third here, which is technology innovation, both in new battery technologies, but also in different kinds of storage. Batteries in particular have this really interesting value proposition because they're modular, they have short construction and potentially interconnection times, and because they can be sited almost anywhere in the electricity system, from the generation facility to a transmission substation to the customer site. Like other resources, they can provide a range of different values, some of which are listed in this table. And I guess it's important to note that this ability to access these different values and to stack values is not unique to storage. But some of the places, some of the areas where storage has really high value, for instance, in things like potentially transmission and distribution deferral, we haven't done enough of capturing historically. Hybrid resources, so for instance, PV plus battery storage or adding storage to existing generation facilities are also creating some new evaluation challenges and will probably have much more significant implications for electricity markets that we don't really understand that well yet. And this is a really interesting and new area of inquiry. So let's come back to the design of all-source competitive procurement processes. The all-source competitive procurement process generally has 5 steps, and these are pretty aggregated. The first is a needs identification through resource planning, and I think this also just includes resource planning more generally. And the second is the design of the RFP instrument, and I'll talk about what this means in a second. The third is offer evaluation and selection. The fourth is contract negotiations, and the fifth is commission approval of the results. So these are relatively generic steps, and in particular, when and how commissions approve the results of competitive solicitations varies quite a bit across states. We covered the first 3 of these in the report, and I'll talk about them in a little bit more detail in a second. But before doing so, I wanted to highlight 2 things. First, it goes without saying, but commissions typically have a significant influence over the design of the procurement process, from whether and how utilities use competitive solicitations at all and under what conditions, to how and when independent evaluators are used, to the amount and timing of opportunities for stakeholder review, to the procedures and methods that utilities use to evaluate and select bids. Second, and relatedly, in thinking about these different design options, it's important to realize that there are trade-offs in things like how much flexibility is given to utilities in their decision-making, between transparency in the evaluation process and potential gaming of bid scoring on the part of bidders, between longer solicitation timelines that allow for more review and input and shorter timelines that recognize that developers are being required to maintain their bid validity throughout the course of the solicitation process, and between minimum eligibility requirements on bidders and the competitiveness of the solicitation. So there is no single best way to make these different trade-offs. They require a weighing of different options, and it's important to note that what works in one state may not work in another. And there's a lot of diversity in how states approach the design of competitive solicitations across states. The first element in the solicitation process that I wanted to talk about is needs identification. The defining characteristic of all source competitive solicitations is that their resource needs are technology neutral. And what this means is that we have to define need broadly in terms of services rather than resources. And our 3 primary services are resource adequacy, capacity, energy, and short-term regulation and operating reserves. But in reality, given that our resource adequacy capacity is almost by definition sufficient to cover our reserves, we're really talking about 2 primary needs in competitive solicitations, and those are resource adequacy, capacity, and energy. And these are both at some level reliability needs. There's been at least some talk of trying to expand these basic needs to include other capabilities. So for instance, things like ramping capability. But ramping capability these capabilities are difficult to define ex ante, and they mix, more importantly, I guess, they mix reliability needs and economics. And for economics, where you want to make those trade-offs is in the evaluation of bids, not in the needs determination. In all source solicitations, resource adequacy capacity is typically the binding constraint, meaning that as long as we have enough bids for capacity, these will also generally cover our energy needs. And so the need in most all source solicitations has been framed as a peak capacity need across different states and utilities. Within this broad category of capacity, there's a lot of nuance for things like deliverability, how capacity is accredited, and the like. But at some level, this is still just load resource balance, as the figure here shows. Even if resource needs in the solicitation are framed around peak capacity, providing additional information to bidders will typically be helpful, including things like deliverability requirements, drivers of utility need, resource need, and whether there are things like accelerated generator retirements that might occur during the acquisition period. Resource plans can be a very useful way to provide visibility on these kinds of needs and changes to bidders. And then lastly, particularly in an ISO RTO context, it's important to have a little bit of flexibility defined around resource needs to allow utilities to weigh the benefits and cost of acquiring new resources versus the option value of relying more on short-term market purchases and waiting. The next element that I wanted to talk about is the RFP instrument design. RFP instrument design refers to the process, documents, and communications used to solicit bids. Key elements include documents and information for bidders, the process and timeline, eligibility requirements, products that are going to be solicited, and confidentiality rules. Many of these elements require careful consideration and weighing of the potential trade-offs that I highlighted just a minute ago. While it is true that these considerations are often very state-specific, there's a lot of value in looking around at what other states are doing and potentially borrowing things that seem like a good fit. A couple interesting considerations in RFP instrument design that are specific to all source solicitations are products and eligibility requirements. Products in this case refers to the categories of resources that will be solicited in the process. And the reason that this is important to think through is that utilities can't develop things like pro forma contracts for each type of resources. This just leads to an untenable proliferation of materials. So the question is, what are the categories that we can bin resources into for the purposes of contracting? So typically this will be categories like dispatchable, semi-dispatchable, and non-dispatchable. But as the electricity system evolves, and as we start to include more resources that look like hybrids, it's worth thinking through what these categories should be. For eligibility, distributed energy resources are raising some really interesting questions. The first is the kinds of resources that are eligible to participate in solicitations. So for instance, is an aggregation of customer-sided PV and storage eligible to participate in the solicitation, and under sort of what category of resources? And a related question is what the minimum size for that aggregation needs to be. So this backs into this really interesting and still unanswered question of what the right balance between third-party aggregators and utilities as aggregators should be for these kinds of resources, and particularly as utilities take more active roles in the operation of the distribution system. The final element that I wanted to talk about is offer evaluation and selection. In evaluating and selecting bids, utilities have always considered price and non-price factors. Non-price factors are often qualitative and present challenges for regulatory oversight. And so it's important to be upfront about how these will factor into the evaluation process, whether through weights or other means. This is particularly true in all source solicitations because different kinds of resources may have different scores in the same category. So for instance, in something like resilience, depending on how the resilience is defined. In all source solicitations, economic evaluation is probably the key challenge because of the diversity of resources. More diverse resources, we can end up with more diverse ownership structures and contract lengths. We have to evaluate resources with very different operating characteristics on an equivalent basis. We may have bids for co-located hybrid resources, so combinations of different resources within the same projects that may be operated as a single resource. And we may have bids for resources that are shaped by storage or energy market purchases. The complexity of evaluating these diverse types of bids and the need for flexibility and judgment in doing so is one of the main reasons for using independent evaluators in all source solicitations. If we're going to evaluate bids from different kinds of resources on an equivalent basis, we need a means to do so. In terms of just general thinking, this requires a shift from a historic emphasis on cost and even more narrowly on levelized cost to thinking more in terms of net market value or the benefits minus the cost of resources. So the figure on the right here shows California's approach to this. This is typically referred to as a least cost best fit framework and is used to calculate a bid's net market value. So in California, the utilities will assess the energy, ancillary services, and capacity value of bids, and then subtract out energy costs, capacity payments, imputed debt costs, any incremental transmission costs that are not covered by the bidder, and CO2 allowance costs. And what this allows us to do is capture the fact that even if a resource has higher costs, we may want to select it because it provides higher net market value. In California, we've seen the effectiveness of this approach with solar. So even though the cost of solar PV in California are continuing to decline, the energy and the capacity value of PV is also declining as more solar is being added to the system and as we become increasingly saturated with solar during the daytime. And so other resources, including PV, solar PV plus batteries, are starting to look more attractive from a procurement perspective from in its net market value framework. And this is, in some ways, this is what we want our economic framework to be able to do, is to be able to respond to changes in cost, but also to be able to respond to changes in value. In some ways, the shift to a net market value framework may be more of a shift in thinking than in actual evaluation, as utility modeling tools, depending on what utilities are using, may already capture this net market value. So for instance, evaluating bids in a capacity expansion model will tend to reflect this benefits minus cost framework. In general, based on a review, it looks like utilities are taking two approaches to evaluating bids. So they're either using capacity expansion models, or they're evaluating the net market value of bids based on a dispatch of resource against market price forwards, and then ranking bids based on their net market value and non-price factors. The last thing that I wanted to say about bid evaluation and selection is that the emphasis that we're giving to different values of resources is also changing, and that our evaluation need to change to keep pace. So up until recently, I think there was a consensus that deterministic lower resolution modeling would capture most of the benefits and costs of different resources, but increasingly that's changing. And increasingly, there's an emphasis on things like better capturing the value of energy storage, and better capturing the operating characteristics of wind and solar. So for storage, the focus is on capturing things like real-time market benefits, congestion management benefits, and T&D deferral value. The figure here shows real-time market prices in MISO in August of this year, and I kind of cherry-picked this one. But this is pretty typical across ISO RTO markets, where you see these little storms of real-time price spikes during the operating day, driven by congestion, but driven by transmission constraints. And so historically, we've kind of ignored these, or utilities have found other ways to hedge real-time price and congestion risk. But battery storage can be a long-term physical hedge and throws an interesting new tool into the calculus of market risk. For wind and solar, the focus is on getting more spatial and temporal granularity into modeling tools, moving toward a more probabilistic approach to modeling, and thinking about how to hedge the risk of longer-term changes in accredited capacity and capacity values for wind and solar. And I guess the last one here would also be managing longer-term congestion risk. The final section of the report focuses on procurement of non-wires alternatives for distribution systems. The idea behind utility procurement of non-wires alternatives is that targeted procurement of distributed energy resources can defer or avoid, in some cases, distribution capital expenditures. In most cases, these distributed energy resources will be providing load relief on a specific distribution substation or even specific feeders, which means that they need to be located near the constraint and be able to reliably reduce distribution loads during the time of the constraint. So this is very, very localized procurement. Solicitations for NWAs are often all source, in the sense that all kinds of distribution level resources can participate in the solicitation. But by all source here, we're not intending to imply that bulk system resources can provide NWA services and participate in NWA solicitations. Ideally, NWA procurement is fully integrated into the utility distribution planning process. So the figure here shows an example for New York of what this integration looks like. But what this means is that utilities have a regular process within their distribution planning process to screen for the kinds of investments that may be amenable to NWA procurement in some form of a trigger that triggers the procurement process, or just a regular procurement process. In thinking about integrating NWA into procurement planning, it's important to realize that NWA procurement is really a form of regulated competition for utility distribution services. And that's just like procurement at the bulk system level. It's important to ensure that utility incentives are aligned with competitive outcomes. Dealing with utility incentives likely requires larger changes in utility distribution planning to make it more regular and transparent. more transparency in the decision making around NWA versus procurement versus traditional infrastructure expenditures. So how are utilities deciding which types of projects to include in NWA solicitations? And then finally, consideration of utility financial incentives. So this could include things like allowing utilities to earn a rate of return on NWA procurement. If NWA resources get to scale, then we need more coordination with the bulk system procurement. So, for instance, load if it gets to a large enough scale, load relief at the distribution level may meaningfully reduce peak loads at the bulk system level, depending on coincidence. Similarly, resources that we procure for NWA solicitations may change operations and cost utilities, and so it's important that these changes also flow into bulk system procurement. So as this gets larger, there's a greater need for more coordination between bulk system and distribution system procurement. There's a growing number of utilities that have held solicitations for NWAs. Examples include California, New York, and Rhode Island. Actual NWA procurement is still relatively small, but electrification may increase distribution loads, and by doing so, the needs and opportunities for NWA procurement. Declines in battery costs may also create new opportunities for NWAs, but declines in battery costs also may increase autonomous consumer adoption of batteries, and this highlights the need to make sure that utilities are keeping a balance between distribution load relief through changes in retail rates that is driven by changes in retail rates, and distribution load relief that's driven by NWA procurement, to make sure that we aren't over procuring for distribution level resources. Based on experience with NWA solicitations thus far, we've synthesized a few lessons for competitive NWA solicitations in the report. The first is that to really make NWA procurement successful and meaningful, we need better distribution system data, better load and adoption forecast, and better ability to calculate the time varying value of DERs. And this will be the subject of a presentation later in the day, I believe. The second is that we need better methods and tools to evaluate NWA bids. And there's some overlap with the need for better evaluation methods and tools at the bulk system. Third is the need for better matching of the solicitation process with the lead times required for developers to get NWA projects up and running. Realizing that for things like energy efficiency and demand response, developers need time to recruit and contract with customers. So finding ways to, finding the balance between the timeline needed for utility expenditure planning with the timeline needed for NWA developers. Fourth is the need for more standardized contracts that clearly articulate and allocate performance risk. So performance risk in NWA projects is a little bit different than at the bulk system, and how these risks should be allocated between utilities and developers is still evolving. Fifth is more support for DER aggregation, whether that's through support to reduce customer recruitment costs, or utility software tools to give aggregators more flexibility in how they meet their NWA requirements. And sixth is better integration of non-wireless resources into utility operating practices and procedures. And this is most important for distributed generation and storage and demand response. This last point brings up another important and yet unresolved issue, which is the overlapping federal and state jurisdiction. In NWA projects, the distribution deferral value component will be an important part of the project's overall value, but wholesale value will often also be a critical part. And so to sort of maximize the value of NWA projects, we need a regulatory model that enables this reasonable division between federal and state regulatory authority over these resources. It remains to be seen how FERC's recent order will affect these jurisdictional questions. I haven't really dug into the details yet, but at the very least, it hopefully will create some momentum to ensure that issues around wholesale market participation for distributed energy resources are getting resolved. So a few concluding thoughts before we open up for Q&A. First, there's increasing interest in all-source solicitations across the U.S. that's being driven by their potential to help discover competitive pricing across a range of resources, to enable integrated procurement of resources that have interactive effects, and to facilitate coordination between procurement of resources at the bulk system level and at the distribution level. Second, despite the upsides that the all-source competitive solicitations have, all-source solicitations are complex and they require significant upfront and ongoing investments. And they have important trade-offs in design that have to be weighed carefully. Third, evaluation is the biggest challenge in all-source solicitations relative to utility competitive solicitations more broadly. And improving evaluation methods is something that likely requires an ongoing industry-wide effort going forward. For commissions and utilities, it's important to keep up with the state of the art. And then last and perhaps most important is that independent evaluators are critical in all-source solicitations. And it's important to think critically about what the scope and of their involvement and what their role should be. And then lastly, at the distribution level, the NWA procurement is showing some promise, but it requires continued improvements. And with that, I will thank you again for your time, and we'll open up for questions.
Okay, this is Brad Borum. Right now, I'm not seeing any questions. That doesn't mean there aren't any. So I'll ask start off asking some questions. We're talking about when the utility does an all-source RFP and how they evaluate that. And I'm trying to think, and maybe this isn't an issue, but there's how the utility looks at itself in its IRP, but then how does it evaluate these different combinations of resources that it's getting, while also taking into account that the utility is operating in an RTO market. So you understand what I'm saying? The value of different resources may be one thing if you look at the utility as a standalone entity, and it may be different if you then bring in the broader regional or RTO-wide aspects of the analysis. And is that being done very well anywhere, or if it is being done, how is this being done?
Okay, let me separate that into a couple of different questions, and I'm sure I'm going to get in trouble with this response. But I think in response to the first question, I think this is definitely an issue. So if the utility is sort of drawing a boundary around itself and just looking at the valuation of resources relative to its own costs, it may come up with a different answer than if it's thinking about the value of resources in the RTO as a whole. And so I think it's important in the evaluation process to make sure that utilities are incorporating some form of projected ISO RTO market costs, both for capacity and energy, in their evaluation process. And there's a couple of different ways to do that. So it could be that the process of coming up with what those prices are going to, what those ISO RTO wide prices are going to be, are integrated into the actual evaluation process. So in a lot of cases, the way that consulting firms will do this is to run a capacity expansion model to figure out what the least cost resource mix will be at some date, and then use a production cost model to come up with the price forward, to dispatch those resources and come up with the price forwards. So for in some cases, the utilities may try to combine those steps into one step, or for instance, in the California case, they're effectively assuming that they're operating as price takers in the market, in which case they're just evaluating individual resources relative to market prices. So I think there's a couple of different approaches to this. I wouldn't say, I think there's in the approaches that I've seen, I wouldn't say that any of them are particularly great. but I think there are at least a couple of good approaches to this. And from what I remember, the approach that's being used in Indiana is more of the former approach, where the capacity, the expansion process is being integrated into the evaluation. One of the things that's, I think, really challenging about this is that while we can, project market prices out to 2030, there is a lot of, risk in developing these sort of forward-looking portfolios. And in some ways, this is more of a game theory sort of thing, where utilities don't know what other utilities are going to do, and so in some ways you have to make guesses about what the direction that the region as a whole will go in. Does that help?
Yes, it does. We do have a question that just came in from Steve Francis. How would you rate NIPSCO's all-source RFP in relation to the issues you have raised, pros and cons? So there you go.
I'm gonna decline to give a rating. I think there have been evaluations of the NIPSCO, third-party evaluations of the NIPSCO all-source RFP, and I'm struggling to remember. I remember a former classmate of mine was involved in that, but I can't remember the name offhand. The name of the consulting firm that did the evaluation, but that should be available, I think, on the IURC website.
I believe it was Charles Rivers Associates.
I think Charles Rivers is the independent evaluator, and then there was also an additional third-party evaluation of the solicitation by a consulting firm.
I think they were both. It was the same outfit.
Okay, but that's a good place to look. And from what I remember, this evaluation had a very structured way of thinking about how the solicitation process was meeting state requirements and goals.
All right. Another question came in. The question is, in response to that you mentioned prices, in response to my question, what about incorporating reliability?
So this is, I guess this would be reliability in terms of resource adequacy, or
Yep, I think so. Yeah, I think it would be reliability defined that way, both how you're looking at it if you're an individual utility versus how you'd take into account the reliability aspects that come from the broader regional or RTO market.
Okay. So this is really tricky in ISO RTO markets. So the ISO RTO will give resource adequacy requirements for a couple of years. In MISO, I guess there's the MISO is doing backstop procurement, and so from the utility perspective, utilities have to evaluate how much they want to lean on the MISO capacity market versus doing their own longer term procurement. And at some level, this is a judgment question. And I think it sounds, based on some conversations that we've had in this process of writing this report, it sounds like there's a lot of questions from PUCs right now about how best to do this and how best to sort of balance the need for new resources with the versus relying more on on sort of capacity market purchases. And I don't think there is a single answer to this question. I think at some level this is a question of judgment, but it's also, this is, when I mentioned this, we're not doing a great job of thinking about risk. This is also very, and it's important to kind of try to start integrating longer-term procurement decisions within this risk framework. Because for instance, in MISO or in any ISO RTO market, you can go from positions of overcapacity to undercapacity in just a couple of years. And so the question is, how much should utilities maintain an open position? And I think that at some level, this is a judgment question and a risk analysis and assessment question.
Okay. We've talked about the importance of having a third-party evaluator of the RFP responses, and this third-party evaluator would probably provide a letter describing how it reviewed the responses and how it ranks them for the utility. In that circumstance, what kind of, so much, as you indicated, there's so many judgments that have to be made in doing that type of analysis when you're comparing very different resources, different costs, different capabilities, different time frames. What kind of documentation should a commission probably think it should be looking at when evaluating a resource proposal that is the result of an RFP process? I mean, again, there's what the utility provides in its IRP analysis and how it incorporates the results that it maybe gets back from the third-party evaluator. But what kind of information should the commission perhaps be looking at and insisting that the third-party evaluator provide to the commission to see how they've evaluated the responses that are then used by the utility in its IRP analysis?
So to me, it seems like the commission should be erring on the side of more rather than less documentation. And I think that just in general, that helps to provide transparency. But it also, I think, highlights the importance of in some way, opening up the process so that commissions can take advantage of the expertise of interveners and other stakeholders. So I think it's probably the case that getting more documentation from the independent evaluator would sort of naturally overwhelm commission staff ability to go through it. But I also feel like if the process is open and transparent, it gives a third-party intervener some idea of how the independent evaluator is managing the process. If the independent evaluator is actually doing the analysis on behalf of the utility, then how are they doing the evaluation, and how are they making these judgment decisions? I think given the cost of independent evaluators, I think having good documentation that provides a clear understanding of what the independent evaluator was doing and how it was overseeing the process and making potential judgment decisions is sort of a minimum requirement. Any other questions?
Sorry about my delay. I'm jumping the way I'm set up here to view all these different screens. I got 3 different screens open, so going from one screen to the next is not always easy. Another question just came in. This is from Steve Francis regarding GHG reduction value. How may that be incorporated in areas where there are no mandatory goals, standards, or GHG markets?
Mm-hmm. So what several commissions have started to require utilities to do is to include some forecast of CO2 allowance prices, even if there is in their resource plans, even if there is no local cap and trade system or carbon tax. And this is just as a risk management strategy to make sure that utilities are starting to think about this, and that they're, if down the road, if there's a federal policy, that utilities are prepared to react to it and are somewhat insulated from this risk. So for instance, Colorado, I think, the state of Colorado has a requirement for utilities to use. Originally, I think it was a lower CO2 price that was just meant to be something to get utilities in the habit of using it, but now it's a larger CO2 price that's meant to sort of reflect the longer term risk to utilities of CO2 pricing. But in general, I think this approach of having some form of a CO2 price, even if it's not explicitly tied to a cap and to an actual CO2 prices, it seems to be a direction that commissions are going in. And I think the same approach can be used in the solicitation process. So in evaluating different bids, if you sort of go with kind of least regrets types of strategies based on different scenarios that may include CO2 pricing.
All right, we'll see if we get another question coming in, but I'll ask one. You've talked about how, the one problem we have is you're comparing resources with very different lengths. It could be if it's a utility-owned resource, it could be a 30, 40-year resource.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a contracted resource, it could be 10-year resource, 15-year, 20-year resource contract.
Mm-hmm.
Then you always have the issue of how do you compare those different products?
Right.
Do you have any thoughts on that, or is that one of those things? Is that something that's treated in your paper?
I don't. This is one of those things where there's not a correct answer, and I think commissions are ideally, from a principal perspective, what you want to do is have the utility-owned resources be comparable to what's available in the market, and that may mean that utilities use kind of different depreciation lifetimes, or at least use the assumption of different depreciation lifetimes in evaluating bids. But this is a really, really difficult question because at some level, it's very difficult to compare for instance, a wind facility that has, is being backed up by a 10-year PPA versus a utility-owned wind facility that's going to get depreciated over 20 years and has guaranteed rate recovery. So I think commissions play a really important role in trying to try to figure out, come up with the methods and approach to kind of make these two things more comparable. But I think at some level, there is not a correct answer to this. And there's a couple of recent cases of this where I felt like the commission kind of came down on the wrong side. So I think it is really important to think about what the right balance between utility owned versus third party is.
Okay, but I think we're bumping up against that 1 o'clock time frame. What we will do if we get no other questions here real quickly, if we get any a little bit later this afternoon or even the next day or two, we will try to put those together, compile those, forward them to you and Lisa to hopefully respond to. And if we would like them to, if we have such questions, then we will post them on our website so that others can see the responses. But yeah, we'll reach out and let you know if we get any questions for follow-up responses. All right.
Great.
But having said that, I'm not seeing any other questions. Did you have something that you wanted to say before we close out and move on to the next session?
No, other than, and thank you all for your time. It's been a pleasure to be with you.
Well, thank you. You did an excellent job, and you made my life easier by filling up a lot of the time.
Anytime.
So, all right.
Any parting words?
No, thanks so much. And I'll be up next with Tom.
Okay. Is Tom on?
Yes, he is.
Oh, okay, very good. So the next topic is, let me see here, determining utility system value of demand flexibility from grid interactive efficient buildings. So, and this is getting back to the kind of like the some of the, again, we're talking about trying to determine the value of this stuff, not just based on the traditional avoided costs. So I will turn it over to you guys, and you've already shown you know how to share a document and move along. So I will mute myself and observe.
Great, thanks, Brad. So next, we're going to cover recently published work by Berkeley Lab, also supported by the U.S. Department of Energy, on determining the utility system value of demand flexibility. And joining me today is lead author Tom Ekman. Tom has more than 35 years of experience in electricity system planning and modeling. He served as manager of conservation resources for the Northwest Power and Conservation Council, and later as director of the council's power division, where he oversaw the region's power plans. So we're grateful that he now serves as a consultant to Berkeley Lab. Before Tom presents, I'll present a little background on grid interactive efficient buildings and demand flexibility, and Tom will take questions following his presentation unless there's something, Brad, that you want to raise during our time. Tom, let's go all the way to slide 4, please.
You there?
Yes, there we go. Thank you. So our report is for the Sea Action Network, which provides resources, discussion forums, and technical assistance to state and local decision makers as they provide low-cost, reliable energy to their communities through energy efficiency. This report we'll talk about today is part of the Sea Action series on grid interactive efficient buildings. All these reports are posted on our Berkeley Lab website and also on DOE's Grid Interactive Efficient Buildings page. The first report in the series was an introduction for state and local governments, providing information on demand flexibility in the context of their own local energy goals and actions that they could take to advance demand flexibility in concert with those goals. The focus of the presentation today is on the second report in the series on determining the system value of demand flexibility. And that describes 7 ways to update current practices and methods for economic evaluation of demand flexibility in electricity system planning. My paper's going flying. So the final report in the series summarizes current practices and opportunities to encourage robust and cost-effective assessments of demand flexibility performance. So how did it actually work in practice? And to use that information in the virtuous cycle of planning and implementation based on that verified performance. Next slide, please. So when we talk about grid interactive efficient buildings, what do we mean? We're talking about an energy efficient building that uses smart technologies and distributed energy resources to provide demand flexibility. And the goal is to co-optimize for 3 things. 1, energy cost. 2, grid services. And 3, occupant needs and preferences. And doing that all in a continuous and integrated way. And when we're talking about demand flexibility, we're talking about the capability of distributed resources to adjust a building's load profile across different timescales. You can read more about all the technologies that do this at the link at the bottom of this slide, and I assume slides will be posted. Next slide, please. So we also refer to 5 demand-side management strategies to manage building loads. And first is energy efficiency, which is the ongoing reduction in energy use, and at the same time providing the same or perhaps even improved level of building function. And next are 4 strategies to provide demand flexibility. Load shed, which is the ability to reduce electricity use for a short period of time. and typically on short notice. So shedding is typically dispatched during peak demand periods and during system emergencies. Load shift is the ability to change the timing of the electricity use. And in some cases, that can mean lead to a changing amount of the electricity is consumed. For example, shifting may result in more electricity when it costs less, or using battery storage to reduce demand during peak periods when electricity costs are higher. Next, we have modulate, which means balancing the power supply and demand or reactive power autonomously. That's within seconds or even sub-seconds in response to some kind of signal from the utility or the regional grid operator. So, for example, providing ancillary services like regulation reserves or frequency response using batteries. And finally, many consumers have begun to generate electricity from their own rooftop solar or combined heat and power systems for on-site consumption. And they can send electricity back to the grid in response to a signal from the utility or regional grid operator. And that's often enabled by some kind of storage like batteries. But the point of all this is that these strategies work in concert to improve the load that the electricity system needs to serve. So with that background, I'm going to turn it over to Tom for the rest of the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. So this is the report title. Oops, I think we've got, there we go. And it focuses on, as Lisa said, determining the economic value from a utility system perspective for things that reduce load when the utility wants them, and things that increase load when the utility wants them, or provide other ancillary services. So the importance of this is that we want to provide an underpinning for the establishment of information that is used for designing programs, market rules, and rates that align fundamentally the economic interest of a utility customer with the building owners and managers and occupants that might provide these distributed energy resource services. Then jurisdictions can use this information as the foundation for the economic analysis to align the interests of both parties, that is, the cost effectiveness of all participants, both the bill payer and the customer, so that the non-utility impacts can be added to that if a utility policy or a state policy indicates that other non-utility system benefits or impacts need to be included. So the intent of the report is to provide guidance for lots of folks, public utility commissions, local policymakers, offices, energy offices, and utilities and state utility representatives to make sure we have a consistent view of the world. That is, the demand flexibility value from one party is aligned with the demand flexibility to another party. So this report focuses on the upper part of this graphic. This graphic indicates all the values that might be generated by a resource in the context of the utility system up the top, and then looking at the bottom, the other impacts and benefits that customers or society might see from those same kinds of resources. So this report, again, focuses on a change in utility cost, both through improvements in the distribution system or through improvements in the bulk power system, and the net cost reductions as a consequence of those improvements brought to you by a demand distributed energy resource. So in effect, we're looking at either reducing generation costs or reducing transmission and distribution costs. So the full three parts of the utility system. The other part of this particular study is that it focuses on a certain type of demand resource, the distributed energy resource, and that is one that can be controlled. So this is a little play on a movie that came out in 1967. Many of you might be familiar with this, where plastics was the world of the future. Well, in fact, we're talking about controls of the world of the future with respect to grid interaction with these demand side resources, so that the grid, one way or another, gets control of providing when these things operate and when they don't, and whether that's through a price signal or whether that's through an automatic control with this, or manual control that the system operator maintains. Somehow or another, the demand response or the energy efficiency, or the grid generation, distributed generation is turned on or off, or the storage is turned on or off by the grid based on the times that the grid needs it to actually operate. So what we have in terms of challenges, a couple from the standpoint of the planning capabilities as we exist today. There are declining costs and increasing levels of DERs on the system, that's been pointed out earlier in the day. These need to be incorporated in the utility operations and planning process and alongside with their investment decisions going forward, so that those DERs can be used and relied upon in the most economic way. To do so, the utilities really need to be able to evaluate multiple portfolios in a holistic approach, technology neutral approach, so that solutions across all can look at all the options across the generation, distribution, and transmission systems, so that we have the ability of non-wires alternatives to compete with wires alternatives. We have the ability of distributed generation to compete with non-distributed generation with grid scale, and those need to be done on a technically neutral ground, so that we get a full range of options to find the best solutions. On the second part of the challenge is that we've got a lack of parity in the cost-effectiveness analysis for planning purposes right now between generating resources or wire solutions and non-wire solutions or distributed energy resources. For most utilities, evaluation is done, particularly with capacity expansion models, where they evaluate either a transmission solution through their transmission models, a distribution solution through their distribution models, or a generation solution through their capacity expansion generation models. And those models basically include and evaluate those kinds of technology options. They don't typically evaluate the demand side resources in the same way. The models are not included in those as resource options, and so that they can't be evaluated to determine whether they are a better way of achieving state energy goals for reliability or resilience or security, in addition to achieving the economic minimization of cost or minimization of risk, or weighing of both of those risk and cost. So we have a lack of parity in the end between evaluating some kinds of resources against the current generation resource options and transmission resource options. So let's talk about what some of those gaps are. Traditionally, the way we have valued resources in the utility system is through avoided cost. That is, the value of a resource is based on what its cost avoidance capabilities are against conventional resources that provide the identical utility system. So if a wire solution is possible, we know what the cost of that is. The value of a non-wire solution is equivalent to avoiding that particular cost. The underlying economic principle here is that the value of the cost of acquiring the next least expensive one that provide identical or comparable services, that is, the avoided cost of that resource. So this paper is based on this premise, the economic premise, that the value of something will be determined by the cost of something else. So the primary task is to determine what that alternative is, that is, what's the avoided resource, and to establish its cost. There are lots of ways to do that, and they are influenced in the United States by the market structure, whether you have an organized market or, in our world, a disorganized market where you don't have an RTO or an ISO, where you don't have wholesale competition. The available resource options and their costs, they're not every state has the solar availability, or Florida or Arizona, nor the wind of the MISO system. State energy policies and regulatory contexts are also a principal driver. For example, if you have greenhouse gas cost incorporated, or you don't, that's going to drive what the solution set looks like. The regulatory context, whether you perhaps have a system where an RPS is established or an energy resource standard is established, that regulatory context is going to set the stage for what kinds of resources are avoided and when. So one needs to take those into account when establishing what that avoided resource might be, and therefore its cost. So the way we do this is to solve a problem that the resource options present us, which is a Goldilocks problem. You don't want to have too many resources, you don't want to have too few, you just want to have just the right amount And resources here are not just energy and capacity, but they might also be ancillary services, reserves, voltage support, VAR support, and risk management, as well as resilience in those areas where that's an important component of planning out the system. So if you've got hurricanes, you've got wildfires in the west, you've got tornadoes throughout the country, resilience kind of matters because you've got to rebuild the system or bring the system back up when you experience one of those events. So all of those kinds of things can bear on what the right amount means. Solving the problem means that you basically are comparing risk and cost and looking for an optimal solution. So on one side, this little graph shows that you've got increasing cost if you increase your reserve margin by some amount. This is looking at capacity in particular. On the other side, if you're a little bit short, you're increasing your market risk. That also has costs associated with it, but you're exposed to the market. So what you're trying to do is find the sweet spot that is the just right resource portfolio that weighs cost against risk and decides that where I want to land is that just right position. Now that's going to vary with the criteria that the state has, and it's a judgment call. But in fact, we are analytically trying to quantify those options so that people can make those judgments with a little bit more information than simply their finger in the wind. So methods that are used by utilities to do that. The principal method are system capacity expansion or market models. The most prevalent practice that we have is that demand side resources right now are used to reduce the load both for energy and capacity before those models are operated to optimize based on optimize the amount and the type and the schedule of new conventional generation, but be that transmission or thermal generation of some type. More recently, you've seen some models incorporate just utility scale wind and utility scale solar into those models, but less so distributed generation. The less prevalent practice is you treat the DERs as a resource option inside those capacity expansion models, rather than simply reduce the loads for the effects of those resources. So in this practice, the generation resources, conventional generation, are competed directly against demand side resource options, including non-wires alternatives, to determine the type and amount and timing of the conventional resource development that might be necessary to serve future loads. When it was just talked about by Fritz, is that we also have competitive bidding and auctions as a way of doing this. You see this particularly in MISO and PJM and other RTOs, ISOs, where we go out for using market mechanisms to establish the forward capacity market. And in those markets right now, energy efficiency and demand response can compete. Other distributed generation, distributed batteries may or may not be able to compete in those markets, depending on how they're organized. What's missing in those markets is the distribution benefits of those resources. And in some cases, when you do demand side bidding or all source bidding, those can be incorporated in that process. And some even vertically integrated utilities use that process to bring forward resources that they might not develop on their own. Another approach to establishing the value is to identify which sort of resources are likely to be built or expected to be built if you don't do the demand side option. And in those cases, we might have for capacity a new simple cycle combustion turbine serving as the proxy avoided resource. And that's perhaps to establish the value of new capacity or avoided cost of new capacity. The important point is here that these resources, the proxy resources that are identified, are the most likely candidate to provide the comparable grid service that the demand side resources are intended to provide. So you have to make the assumption that those resources would be built in lieu of implementing a demand side resource. And finally, there's another approach, which is simply to, through administrative policy or public policy determinations, decide what you're going to build. In the renewable portfolio standards or energy resource standards are probably the most classic example of that, but there are probably other ways where this is imported. In many states, in many jurisdictions, One or more of these approaches are used depending on the policies of the state. So in California, you have system capacity expansion models, you have proxy resources, you have competitive bidding, you have administrative policy determinations all in play to determine the avoided cost of various types of resources. So I think that's probably true in Indiana. You have more than one approach used to establish these, what resource will be avoided and what is its cost. So there are some gaps in the way we do things. Not all DERs are eligible to participate in these forward capacity markets, for example, or forward energy markets. Not all utility systems benefits are reflected. You don't have locational value, avoided or deferred T&D in some of the wholesale prices, and the value of those systems, the value of distribution system losses may or may not be incorporated. The value of resilience may or may not be incorporated. And of course, any non-energy benefits, although we're talking about utility system benefits, but those would not also be incorporated. So when in restructured markets, you've got some limitations in the way things are valued, because not all things are valued. Also, in some cases, the long-term value of a resource may or may not be recognized by the market. For example, in PJM limits its compensation for EE and DR to a 4-year period, regardless of how long the measure might provide those benefits, because it assumes that at that point in time, the way it establishes its forward forecast is those resources would be embedded in the load forecast going forward because they were implemented. So it wants to take them out of its competitive bidding process so it doesn't double count the benefits. But those benefits still continue. So if you use simply the value for that 4-year period to determine the value of an energy efficient resource or demand response that might last 15 years, you probably understated its economic benefits to your system. So when you look at vertically integrated states, not all utilities or state requirements include all system benefits. Some include time varying or locational or risk mitigation values or resilience values, while others do not. Some utilities consistently quantify the benefits of all DERs. Some use marginal distribution system losses to gross up their impacts to the generation and transmission system, while others use average system losses. And the accuracy of load shapes or load profiles, if they're actually used, varies widely. Jurisdiction to jurisdiction may have more recent data on the 8760 impacts of a particular DER or output of solar, or they may not, and they may use seasonal values as opposed to hourly values. So the accuracy of those may or may not accurately represent what the impacts look like. Resource options often fail to account for the potential interactions between DERs. Batteries and solar go together. They have different impacts than solar alone or batteries alone. The impact of EE and DR on one another, the impact of storage on distribution, on distributed generation, all of those interact, those distributed energy resources interact with one another and present an aggregate impact on the grid that's different than simply adding them together. Typical resource optimization models embed DER impacts in the load forecast. That's, as I said, the most frequent and more prevalent practice. So they fail to capture the interactions between DERs and the existing or future resource system. And I'll show some examples of that on a going forward basis. You can see that those will be particularly material at the system level. And commercially available capacity expansion models have some pretty limited capabilities to model DERs other than perhaps demand response and battery storage. And even with battery storage, proprietary data limitations about battery capabilities by vendors of batteries in particular kind of limit the application of battery storage, at least in terms of public stakeholder understanding and transparency. So that's a limitation. Demand response, far less so. So let's look at some examples of those gaps and limitations. Not accounting for all substantial utility impacts, not using accurate load shapes, not accounting for distribution and transmission capacity impacts, not accounting for variations in the interaction between DERs, not accounting for the interaction between DERs and the existing and future utility systems. and the failing to quantify and mitigate the risk mitigation benefits or resilience values of DERs. I'm going to go through some examples for each of these, and then we'll talk about what we propose to overcome those limitations. So, not all states require utilities to account for all electric system benefits of DERs. This is a grid that was put together by Natalie for another report that shows by state what value streams, utility system value streams, are included in the state's cost effectiveness analysis or the valuation process for their distributed energy resources. And you can see there are some grayed out areas in many states that cover lots of the impacts, but there's also a bunch of white areas, white box, where there's not value assigned. So avoided resilience value, avoided reliability value, market price reductions. Each state has its own list. Indiana is, I think, is up there someplace, or not. Nope. But you have, from these states, you can see that there's not uniformity and consistency across the evaluation process by states. So the first step in your process has to be what's included as a use system value and what's not included, and if I'm missing anything in that particular tally. It's important that all these values be included because you can miss some pretty significant ones, in particularly looking at the avoided capacity benefits of distribution and transmission. When you look at the benefits, for example, of residential air conditioning. So we have a graph here from a report that was done for LBNL a couple of years ago, looking at the time value of energy and capacity savings for various measures. This particular one is residential air conditioning. We looked at 4 different locations: the Northwest, California, Massachusetts, and Georgia. And on the right-hand side, you can see the code that goes with the appropriate block. And lots of capacity benefits at the distribution and transmission level, lots of generating capacity benefits in California and Massachusetts for residential air conditioning savings. Not so much in the Northwest because it's a winter peaking system, so there's not a lot of capacity benefits there. On the other hand, in Georgia, where it's not necessarily publicly revealed what those capacity benefits are, you don't see the bar stack up nearly as high. And so without some transparency, looking at the Georgia case, you might understate the value of savings in the air conditioning field from an energy efficiency measure or a demand response measure that would come on peak. Where we have some meter data for residential lighting, and then we have what was assumed in DS Moore, commercially available evaluation model for the cost effectiveness of energy efficiency measures. And you can see that the load shape, the default load shape included in that is quite different than the metered load shape. And as a consequence, when you sum together the benefits of both energy and capacity, you get a value in the DS Moore for residential lighting savings of $75 a megawatt hour. That's avoided value. On the other hand, if you look at the metered information, the value of residential lighting load shape is only $56 a megawatt hour. So you've overstated the benefits because you've concentrated all the savings during 3 hours in the evening, when in fact lighting savings occur throughout the day. And so without having metered information and making the supposition that lights will be operated at a limited time during the early evening, early to late evening hours, you've overstated both its energy and capacity value. So it's essential to get those empirically derived load shapes so that you represent those impacts of the system accurately. Failing to analyze the potential interactions between DERs can result in the selection of higher cost resource strategies. So this particular slide shows the interaction of demand response and energy efficiency in the Northwest based on some analysis done for the 7th power plant. So we have 2 scenarios where we develop resources here. The first scenario, the red line, is where we acquire energy efficiency based on its avoidance of short-run market prices. So not buying any more energy efficiency then is more expensive than short-run market prices. In another scenario, we looked at buying energy efficiency up to long-run avoided cost. That is what we would avoid in the long run by adding system capacity as resources were needed to be developed beyond the short-run market to meet long-term capacity and energy needs. So what happens is that's the amount of EE you develop in both cases in terms of megawatts of capacity. So peaking capacity, about 5,000 megawatts if you buy energy efficiency up to the short run market, and about 9,000 megawatts of capacity additions if you acquire EE up the long run avoided cost. Those two different scenarios for acquiring energy efficiency impact how much demand response we build. In the case of acquiring it up to short run market, you build about 3,000 megawatts in the long term of demand response. If you acquire a greater amount of energy efficiency, you build about 1,000 megawatts less demand response. You build about the same amount in the short run, but in the long run, you buy significantly less demand response because the capacity of energy efficiency offsets the need for building that demand response. And it turns out when you look at the model, the scenario that's represented in green, whether it's hashed or straight line, is a lower cost scenario because the energy efficiency is a cheaper way to add capacity than the demand response by itself, because energy efficiency returns some of its cost based on its value for avoiding energy as opposed to capacity market purchases. So its capacity benefits are being subsidized, if you will, by its energy value, whereas that doesn't happen for demand response. Also, the failure to analyze the potential interaction between DERs and the existing system may result in less than optimal and and higher cost, as a consequence, resource strategy. So here we have, again, a couple different strategies represented, where the first red line represents the cumulative amount of capacity added for combined cycle combustion turbine over a 20-year period. So you start out and end up with about 3,000 average megawatts of capacity added through natural gas combined cycle turbines by the end of the resource plan. You add some immediately in around 2019 or 2018. The plan started in 2016, so the first additions, about 900 megawatts, were added around 2018, 2019, and get to 1,000 roughly about 2020. And that's assuming you have no demand response, but you're acquiring energy efficiency at the long run avoided cost of a combustion turbine. If you acquire energy based on the short run market price, you build a lot more turbines at the end, almost 7,000 megawatts, nearly more than twice as many turbines, because you've acquired less energy efficiency. But you acquired a little bit deeper, a little bit later, because you added demand response to the mix in this scenario. The first case assumed there was no demand response available, so you had to build some turbines pretty quickly because you didn't have the demand response option in the model. The last scenario is you pushed out the first need for generation out about 7 or 8 years to 2028, 2029, when the first turbine comes on, and in the end, you only build about 1,500 megawatts as opposed to 3,000. When you add both the effects of demand response and using a scenario where you build energy efficiency out to its long run avoided value. The important point here is that the timing of when that combustion turbine would come online changes a lot depending upon what you add into the model. And if you say our proxy resource that we're going to value is a combustion turbine for energy or a simple cycle turbine for capacity, if you didn't include the consideration of demand response resources or energy efficiency resources in the modeling, you would have got the online date incorrect. And so the value of those resources would be different than they would be if you incorporated them into the model. Unfortunately, most capacity expansion models don't really conduct risk analysis very well. Market equilibrium models generally are deterministic. That is, that they optimize their expansion for a single future. And so they assume control of not only the known knowns, but also the known unknowns and the unknown unknowns. They think they know what market prices will be. They think they know with pretty much precision what loads will be. And they think they know what carbon costs might be. They think they know what the prices of new technology might be on a going forward basis. And so they optimize with all those things determined. And they can find the perfect match between that set of future inputs and the optimum portfolio. Unfortunately, we don't know all those things. So we do sensitivity studies around those to inform how much risk we might actually incur. But those optimizations are still created around a single set of futures. So what you need is a model that looks at risk, systemic risk from a stochastic perspective. Many models can be manipulated to do that, but quite often it's not done, at least quantitatively. And so risks are, we've got a high, medium, and low forecast, and here's the difference between those, but we rarely take a look at what would happen if we built out the high resource strategy, but it turns out in the long run we got the low loads or the high gas prices. And so, or some other gas price or loads that weren't embedded in the high case. So one has to be careful not to presume too much about prescience regarding the future. So as a consequence, these models understate systematically the amount of risk posed, and therefore the amount of risk, the value of risk mitigation and resilience. So one has to put a thumb on the scale subjectively as a result of those to evaluate how much risk you're willing to bear when you might not know what you think you know, what you think you know. It can be done. It's not trivial. Most commercially available models can model DERs, but it takes a bit of work. They require the user to define specific resource characteristics such as the cost, the quantity, the lead time, the load shape. Those don't come from a commercially available database, like many of the generating resources that come with a commercially available model. They will provide you with a proxy cost for new capacity expansion from thermal generation, and maybe even from wind and battery storage, but typically not for demand response, distributed solar, for energy efficiency. And so other distributed resources that might be included have to be developed locally. That's a hurdle that a jurisdiction has to get over to develop that information. And particularly load shape information is limited at this point in time with respect to understanding the interaction between various DERs. So the modeling of DERs can be done. It requires the user to define lots of inputs that will come with the model. An experienced modeler to do that, to write the code, put it into the model so the model understands it, probably running the model multiple times, and maybe post-processing lots of model output. So it's a barrier to using the capacity expansion models as a way to understand the value of DERs. So ways to improve it, let's talk about the 7 approaches we've come up with. There's no single value for demand flexibility in utility systems. There's no single value for that matter for any resource across or KWH, a grid service, varies as a function of the timing of its impact. What's its temporal load impact? The location in the interconnected grid. Is it near where there's a capacity limitation on the transmission or distribution system, or where there's plenty of headroom on that? Is it near where there's congestion or not? The grid service it provides, energy, capacity, the mix of the two. Does it provide VAR support? Does it provide, can it interact with the grid instantaneously, or is it something that just happens given the time of day? The expected service life, how persistent will this impact be through time, and the avoided cost of what that resource actually avoids with respect to utility system service. And finally, demand flexibility evaluations need to reflect all of those above in order to account for their value accurately. So 7 considerations. We need to account for all utility system values. First step is to understand what's included now and what might be missing or might be differently analyzed to get at the value. Account for the variations on when demand flexibility occurs or when the resource, whether it's demand flexible or not, when its benefits occur. And that's likely at least at the 8760 level, that is hourly, and in some cases that might be sub-hourly. Account for the impact on the distribution savings first, because they impact the distribution of the transmission and generation system value. What are those marginal losses at the distribution level? And those marginal losses get passed up to the transmission and generation side to determine what those capacity impacts are at the system level. Account for variations in the values at specific locations. Some non-wires alternatives present lots of value, some do not, depending on where they are in the system. Account for variations in the interaction between DERs. You have solar and storage, solar without storage. We already talked about those impacts that are different because they present a different system-wide impact when you put them together or run them independently. Account for variations across the system life, the expected life of the resource. Some of these are quite lengthy, particularly in new buildings. They might last 20 years or more. So we want to account for their value over that full system benefit, and account for the interaction between DERs and other system resources. And that's existing system resources, dispatch, or the development of new resources to make sure that you have a reliable and system going forward. So the goal in the end is to treat those things with demand flexibility and on par with supply side options so that all grid impacts, cost, and benefits to the system can be quantified and monetized. The objective is to include all substantive and reasonably quantified generation and transmission distribution system benefits in the analysis. You can't do everything at once. So pick the big ones. Maybe the T&D capacity value and generation value are the largest. There may be other impacts on ancillary services, RPS compliance avoidance cost. That's getting less and less as resource costs come down. Reliability impacts, environmental compliance, greenhouse gases might be bigger or smaller depending on the locale. All of those are potential impacts. The goal of the first step is to identify what you've got, and the second step is to pick out the big ones to make sure you've got those quantified accurately. So start with the big ones. Our second recommendation is the value of DERs that can adjust to load is fundamentally dependent on the timing of their impacts. This is the load shape requirement. So you really need to get demand flexibility, or for that matter, all demand side resources tied down with respect to their time scale and time impacts. Grid services in particular, for demand response, may be sub-hourly. Providing volt and var support from batteries might clearly be sub-hourly. And so you've got to look at those impacts and understand their capabilities at the sub-hourly, daily, monthly, and seasonal levels, depending upon the scale of the value proposition that they present. Account for the impacts on the distribution system first. Losses in particular start with the distribution system at the end use. You've got a hot burner going on. It's an I²R losses for those electrical engineers out there, and they work their way uphill from there. So let's get those right. They affect both generation, transmission, and distribution all the way up, and they also, as a consequence, affect the reserve margin you need, because at peak, those losses are greater than they are on average. And so understanding what their peak impacts are and how coincident that particular load is with the system, whether it be the distribution system, the generation system, transmission system, important. Locational impacts need to be done first, and then we start moving them uphill to determine what the value at the wholesale system look like. We'll just go through these quicks. You can see as we multiply through, the localized impacts are T&D losses, and they impact, once you determine what your avoided distribution losses are, they impact what your transmission losses are. That produces a combination effect on the generation losses, and you might need less capacity, even less capacity due to reserve planning margins as a consequence, because loads at peak are less than they would have been all the way up the chain. Account for variations in specific grid locations. As I've said earlier, some places in the grid matter more. For network systems where there's not a benefit for capacity, some are lateral systems where capacity might be really limited and expensive to replace or expand. So you really need to pay attention to those. In the wholesale systems where you've got organized markets, you want to make sure that the prices for capacity reflect the distribution benefits as well as the wholesale capacity benefits. So using only wholesale market energy or capacity values don't represent the full chain of benefits, because they don't include the distribution benefits. account for variations due to interactions. I talked about that in that one example. So you need to account for the variations, the interactions between DERs in pairs first. That's the simplest way to get at it. Interactions can be estimated assuming that deployment of DERs do not impact the existing and future grid. So you ignore what happens on the grid. You just look at what happens between the avoided resources that you're interested in the form of DERs. That assumes that you haven't got a lot. Once you increase the amount of DERs in the system, you're going to have interactions at the wholesale system, and because we anticipate if there are benefits, we will deploy DERs to reduce the cost across the system, not only at the distribution side, but across the generation and transmission system as well. So in order to look at their impacts on the whole system, we need to look at them at scale and see what they might do with respect to the amount, timing, and type of resources you might deploy at the wholesale level, at the wholesale grid level, so that you look at those benefits through time. Because as we come to scale with those, which we anticipate doing, we're going to see major impacts on what the cost of the remainder of the system look like, both on its dispatch side and on the types of resources we want to build to meld well with the DERs. Account for the benefits over their full expected life. I talked about this earlier. Some resources last a lot longer. The thing about demand response resources, or some forms of controllable EE, is that some of them are designed specifically to use technologies that we haven't deployed before. And for example, we have artificial intelligence or machine learning coming into play with respect to the operation of some equipment. We have the Nest thermostat that's learning things as it goes along, and it may change the operation. Looking at glazing options that might change the shading of the glazing, or might change the light levels as a consequence, and they learn based on the time of year it is and whether it's got clouds or not, what they turn on and turn off, or how dark the glass gets. Those things, that technology is evolving, and the impacts might change through time as different occupants come into a space, and so the lighting levels change. Different times of the year, the impacts might be different than summer versus winter, and so getting a handle on what how persistent and stable those impacts are through time, the value of those resources might change as a consequence through time. And so you might end up designing programs differently than we do today, where we might deem savings or deem the impact and set it and forget it, whereas that going forward might not be the safe alternative. Now, I just talked about this. The program implications are their dispatch is controlled by the grid operator. Another aspect of this is the consumer can override this, and so they might change the grid impact expected. And so we need to understand the M&V part of this to see what those impacts turn out to be and feed that back into the planning process and into program designs. The uncertainty, as I said earlier, we might change from deem savings, where we pay upfront, to more pay for performance through program designs for some types of measures that where we're metering what they do and we're paying based on the benefits they provide based on actual deployment. A couple of these system expansion models need to look at the variations between and the interactions between DERs and other system resources. System expansion models used to estimate avoided costs basically need to embed the option of the DERs in their evaluation of the future. Particularly if we assume significant scale, they're going to impact the dispatch of existing resources, as well as the timing and type and amount of conventional generation resources, and for that matter, transmission alternatives that we might deploy, therefore significantly affecting the avoided cost, at least of the timing or the type of resources that might be developed to integrate well with the DERs. So without incorporating those into system expansion models, we may under or overestimate their value. This is a summary slide of all the 7 recommendations that we've made with respect to enhancements. Not all of them affect generation, transmission, and planning analysis to the same degree. We sort of have a consumer report score here for those that are most important that to get a handle on with respect to distribution system planning, generation planning, or transmission planning. If you go down to the variation in value based for specific locations, number 4 there, you can see that for distribution system planning, it's pretty important. For generation planning, less so, and for transmission planning, pretty important. So location matters much more for transmission distribution than it does generation, so that if you're doing a generation planning and the value proposition for generation and transmission is much more important than it is for the distribution and transmission valuation impacts for location are much more important than they are for generation. And you can look at this and get an idea of where to focus resources develop and identify the most important area to focus analysis and the focus resource investment with respect to getting cost accurate. Okay, I think we're done here, and I guess it's time to go back to questions.
Okay, I'm not seeing any at the moment, but I'll just start off with a simple question. But on slide 23, that's the one where you had the metered residential lighting load shape versus the DS Moore lighting load shape.
Yeah.
How do you explain why the DS Moore load shape is just so different than the actual meter data?
Well, this is the slide you're talking about.
Yes.
When we looked at this, Natalie and I looked at this, we'll talk a little bit later about the time value proposition, is that some of you may remember back in the day when it was assumed that we had 3 options for residential lighting, that they operated 3 hours a day, they operated 7 hours a day, they operated some other number of hours a day. Some of that may have come from the California database, some others presumptions. And in this case, the DS Moore embeds in the assumption that all lighting is operated 3 hours a day, and they pick the time frame, hour 19 through hour 23, ramping up at hour 20 and shutting off at hour 22 as those 3 hours of operation. So all the lighting showed up that way when we went out and actually measured in the field. Turns out lights are on sometime in the evening, sometime in the morning, and a lot in the evening, but not always in the evening. So in one case, you have an empirically derived load shape, and the other, the default, presumed based on, well, it operates 3 hours a day. What 3 hours a day are we going to assign it to? Well, let's take, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. All good. But, that's my best explanation, is that one's measured and one's not. And it really results in a pretty significant departure between the two answers.
Yeah, that's what jumps out at me. It's just so drastically different. It's just very surprising to me. And I'm not seeing yet any other questions yet, so I'll ask you a question. You talk about the difficulty of doing risk or resiliency analysis. Are there utilities or other organizations that are doing that type of analysis, incorporating the evaluation of DERs better than others, so that we can learn from the others? Not that they may have they may not be themselves nowhere close to where you would like to be, but they're doing it better right now than maybe the vast majority of other entities out there.
Now, we do look at, in the paper, we do look at some case studies of several jurisdictions that are valuing DERs one way or another, and incorporating risk is one of those components where we look at in the Pacific Core does a particular analysis to look at, for example, incorporating the gas price risk of DERs and the benefits of that in particular. So they run the model looking at both, I would call it a combination of gas price and market price risk to incorporate that into their benefits of DERs. And they look at a stochastic analysis of potential future market and gas prices, which tend to be fairly well tied in the West, at least, because market green prices tend to be driven by natural gas generation. They look at that and add a risk component, a risk adder, if you will, to the benefits of DERs, specifically to account for risk mitigation value of less load on the system, therefore less need to do market purchases and less reliance on natural gas generation. So there are ways to get at it by focusing on what you think are the systemic risks that you might face with the portfolio that you have, whether it be gas, renewable generation that has some variable outputs. There's, depending on what you think is the greenhouse gas prices, might be another one. You have some vulnerabilities with respect to your portfolio, and you want to make sure that you've evaluated those without some predetermined, single point estimate of what the future might bring.
Okay, we have a question from Mike Mullet. What impacts do you expect implementation of FERC Order 2222 to have on the considerations you have discussed in your presentation? Of course, that's the order that they just issued, I think, last week, I think?
Someone will have to familiarize me. I was on vacation last week, so.
Yeah, I don't think we can speak to that, Brad. I mean, that order just came out. Tom was fishing or something last week. It's, about DER aggregation and what RTOs and ISOs must do related to that. Maybe, Brad, you have some thoughts there you'd like to share.
I do not. I have done not much more than read some quick summaries of it. So unfortunately, I'm not any better place than you are at this moment.
Let me use this opportunity though as a plug. This is Lisa Schwartz. We're hosting on October 5th a roundtable discussion and breakout sessions with the Organization of MISO States and Public Utility Commissioners and State Energy Office Directors. And this is a sort of pre-training event for our distribution system planning training for the Midwest and MISO region. So if you'd like more information on that, get in touch with me because we will be covering Order 2222, Chair Scripps from Michigan, Director Richardson from Indiana will be covering that topic explicitly. So that's coming up October 5th. Okay.
I still have a little bit of time here, and we'll see if some other questions come in. I don't know, this may be a silly question, but we'll find out. How do you define and determine, I guess, what expected unit lives are for different DER resources? Is it the physical life? Is it the economically useful life? And if it's something other than the physical life, then how do you incorporate the changing economics or uses that you referenced change that effective useful life?
Well, I think it varies by DER resource type, just like it does for conventional resources. You don't have a single unitary life for turbine X versus turbine Y, wind turbines or combustion turbines or what have you. So I think with respect to most of them are based on engineering estimates of expected life. Some are based on what I'd call evaluations of persistence in the marketplace, some evaluations of energy efficiency, in particular measures done in California and other states go back, 10 years after the measure has been installed, 15 years after the measure has been installed, see if it's still functioning. For some, it's pretty straightforward. If you're doing insulation, it's likely to last the life of the building. If you're doing lighting measures, that has a certain turnover rate due to remodeling, and that would mean lighting controls might also turn over at the same time. So it's measure specific, and I would say at this point in time, there's a pretty good sense of the energy efficiency and less good sense of things like the control strategies that might be imposed. So, as I said, one of the recommendations is to look at these a little bit differently than we have in the past, where you do a levelized cost over some fixed term. You might look at these as an annual investment, more like an ongoing investment in natural gas fuel, and say, what can I afford to do this year with respect to O&M cost for that particular resource, and pay as I go, because I'm not sure how long it's going to last. So it looks good from a first cost standpoint, and I'm going to continue to do that. But it varies with the kinds of measure you're looking at, whether it's a hardwired, physical asset, or whether it's fundamentally dependent upon both occupant and consumer, occupant and utility technology controls. So it's not I don't have a pat answer for that one, because it's.
Okay, I think we're at 2:00, and I'm not seeing any other questions at the moment. We will try to do with you guys what I've said we do with the other speakers. If we do get some questions that come in later, we will try to compile them, then send them to you, and then you can respond in written format, and then we will probably post those questions and responses, assuming we have any, along with the presentation on our website, if you are amenable to that. So do you have any last words?
Thank you all for paying attention. Well, hopefully it was beneficial.
Thanks, Brad.
Yep. Thank you, Tom and Lisa. Okay, now do we have our next speakers on?
This is Natalie. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm here.
Yes, we can hear you. Now, are you going to be doing this by yourself, or are you going to be joined by Sydney and Andy, or what?
I think that I'm going to go first, and then Sydney and Andy are going to follow me, and then we're going to have a panel discussion. So if people have questions for Tom that come up, he may be able to answer them during our panel discussion at the end.
Okay. Well, for those people who may not have the agenda right in front of them, our next presentation will provide an overview of time and locational value of EE. And this was generally based on some work that LBNL did with for the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission. This is kind of like a long history here. I don't know when it started, but there was an opportunity to send in some proposals. We sent one in, and the time for it to be, I don't know, it had been so long between when we sent it in and then we were contacted to participate in it that, frankly, I had forgotten about it. But this has finally come to the conclusion, which is very good. So it's was pleasant to have something that I had forgotten about. I'll turn around and suddenly become real. So I'd like to thank you guys for that work, and I will turn it over to you, Natalie.
So I don't seem to be able to share my slides. So I don't know how I can be made a controller, but then I can do my slides. And it looks
Hey, Natalie,
like, yeah, sorry, go ahead, Andy.
Natalie, this is Andy. If you just want to email me your slides too, I have a share button on my WebEx. I don't know if you have the same one. Mine's at the very bottom. I'm using the web browser version, but if you can't find one, you could also send me the slides and I can just share yours.
Okay, I will do that. And it also looks like I need to quit and come back so that I can use the camera so that people can see me. So I will do that. Hopefully that will only take, 1 or 2 minutes, and I will be very fast, and I'll keep us on track. So Andy, I'm going to shoot you over these slides right now, and then I'm going to log out of this, and I'll be right back so I can use my camera. I apologize for that.
Okay.
Yep, no problem.
And Brad, just to fill this dead air, just to kind of follow up on what you were just saying, to confirm that, yes, this is part of a project we have been working with you all on. I guess we're getting close to almost 2 years working on the project, but it is nice to kind of wrap it up here in this format. And the effort was part of some Department of Energy funded state technical assistance work that we engaged with the Commission on and the State Utility Forecasting Group. So Natalie's going to provide kind of the idea here is for her to provide kind of broader national and regional context, and then for the first part, and then Sydney and I will jump in with a separate presentation and present some analysis we did specific to Indiana using some utility data that we received. So I guess we'll just wait for Natalie to rejoin here, and I'm waiting for her presentation to come across.
Well, if this is the worst of our problems today, then we're doing well. So this is a good day.
Great. So I've got her slides. Let me pull them up here. Make sure it all works.
All right, I can see you, Natalie. So can you hear us now? Not yet.
And then and of course, I think you might have jinxed it here, Brad. When I go to share the application, I need to, it says I need to set some permission settings here. So Natalie, just asking you, I'm now having a difficulty sharing something. I don't know if you're able to share your presentation if you can find it. If not, I may need to troubleshoot this myself very quickly. I've never had this before.
Natalie, I assume you're hearing us.
Yeah, I'm back. I still don't have a option for sharing my screen.
Or let me see if I can.
I'm not certain. Let's see.
Here we go. Okay. Can you guys see my
wow,
desktop
Meta,
now?
a picture of me. yeah, we can.
Okay, good.
Let me ask, how is this? Does this come across, or are you in the presenter view, or are you okay in the regular view?
This is good, this view that you have now where it's more focused on the slides. Yeah, perfect.
Full screen.
Okay, yeah, very good. Okay, let's get started since we're already late. Thank you, Brad, and everyone for having us. And I'm not certain that Andy said this when I had to step away, but I'm going to be providing a little bit more of a national context, and then Andy and Sydney are going to focus in on the Indiana-specific results. And if you can go to the next slide, Andy, I am going to pick up on some of the work that Tom ended with, and I'm going to focus in on the time and locational value of efficiency, and I'm going to provide some specific examples of utilities that are using the time-sensitive value of efficiency and locational value. And then, Andy and Sydney are going to give you more Indiana-specific information. So we can go over to slide 4 now. So one more, thank you. So before I talk about LBL's research on the time-sensitive value of efficiency, I wanted to explain what it actually is. So Tom talked about this in his presentation as well, but it's the value from combining the end user savings shape from an energy efficiency measure with the value or the avoided cost associated with it on a comparable time scale. And as Tom mentioned, this is important because the economic value of grid services that are provided by DERs, including efficiency, varies by sub-hourly to daily or monthly or seasonally, as well as across future years.
That's all right.
And hey, Brad, sorry, you're not on mute. I just wanted to let you know that.
Okay.
And so the chart in the bottom left corner of this illustrates an example of the different values, the avoided cost associated with it. This is actually a market price. And this is from ISO New England, and it shows in that middle spike that the value or market prices went up to over $450 a megawatt hour, which is quite a bit higher than other parts of the day, the other parts of the year. And then also the value of efficiency is fundamentally dependent on the timing of the impacts, and that's shown in the chart in the top right corner. And the x-axis there is hours of the day, and the y-axis is megawatts. And this is a winter residential end-use load profile for Massachusetts, which is part of ISO New England. So the time-sensitive value of efficiency is essentially overlaying that load profile over the costs and then determining what your value is. So if we go on to the next slide, this shows 3 different reports that LBL has worked on for time-sensitive value of efficiency, or TSV for short. The first one, starting on the left, was from 2017, and it looks at the time-sensitive value for 4 different regions, which was California, Massachusetts, Georgia, and the Pacific Northwest. And I think Tom showed an example of this. And then the middle report is focused in on Michigan and some technical assistance that we provided to them. We talked about that a little bit with the DS Moore load shapes and actual metered load shapes. And then this last report on the far right is talking about use cases for the time-sensitive value of efficiency. And that's what I'll draw on for most of my examples for this presentation. So we can go on to the next slide. So this is a summary of all of the results from the 2017 and 2018 studies. And what this shows is the ratio of total energy savings to energy-only savings for each one of these 5 different measures that we looked at for each region. And so the first 4 clusters are from the 2017 study, so the Pacific Northwest, California, Massachusetts, and Georgia. And then the last 3 clusters are from Michigan, and I'll talk about those in a moment. But for the first 4 clusters, those different regions, if the ratio of total energy to total value is greater than 1, it means that there was some additional value beyond just the energy savings. And it could be capacity or one of the other avoided cost value streams. But in California, which I believe is the example that Tom provided, and in Massachusetts, that yellow bar that sticks up really high is residential air conditioning. And so that shows that there is significant value beyond the energy savings for these measures in those regions because it aligns with the system peak. And I believe for both of those states, for residential air conditioning, the distribution savings is what drove the significant value. And I'll talk about that more when I get into the locational value portion of the presentation. The last 3 bars are kind of highlight one of the conclusions that or findings that we had from this group of reports, which is that the data source for your end-use load profiles is pretty important. That first cluster, or the 5th one over that says CEDTE, has the same value for both energy and for lighting. So we're looking at the red and the pink bar. Has the same values for total and energy only values. So it's flat, they're just right at 1. And then for the second group of Michigan cluster of bars, we used the Michigan Energy Measure database. And so that one had coincidence factors that were assigned from engineer values. And then the last cluster looks at the Pacific Northwest metered savings, but applying the avoided cost values from Michigan. And so you can see the metered savings align more closely with the Michigan Energy Measure database, which is good. And then the DS-MORE is the one that's flat, where the energy and capacity value are exactly the same. So it does generate different outcomes. So that's what that highlighted. Some of the other findings that we had from the reports were that use of all avoided cost matters. In Georgia, we didn't have all of the publicly available costs, so a lot of their total values were right around what the energy values were, simply because we didn't have those value streams to do the analysis on. And also that I'll use this as a shameless plug for my end-use load profile research. It's challenging to find publicly available end-use load profiles that are robust, and we've been doing work with NREL and Argonne National Labs to create calibrated representative residential and commercial building end-use load profiles for the entire country, and that's a data set that we'll have coming out next year. And if you're interested in that, please shoot me an email. My contact information is at the end of the slide deck. Okay, we can go on to the next slide, and I will shift over to examples. This first example is of using time-sensitive value of efficiency for benefit cost analysis. And this is from E3. They're the consultant for the California Public Utility Commission. They create the avoided cost calculator. And the benefit cost analysis is compares the relative benefits and costs from different perspectives of energy efficiency. And this can be done on an hourly basis, or it can be done on a annual basis or a peak off-peak basis. Just depends on what the policy is. And what this slide shows is the results from 2019 and 2024, the value associated with DERs at different times of the day in climate zone 4 for California. So, and the tool, the avoided cost calculator, is used to evaluate the cost effectiveness of all distributed energy resources. And it has been updated since I made this slide. Just as a disclaimer, there is more accurate information out there. But as you can see, in 2019 and in 2024, there's quite a bit of value for DERs that generate or save energy around hour ending 18. And the value is about $100 higher in 2024 than it is in 2019. And you can see that the red chunk is the distribution value. So again, getting to that locational value is what's driving a lot of the value for DERs in California during that time. We can go on to the next example, which is my next two slides actually are going to be on program design. So time-sensitive value being used in program design. This is from Xcel Energy. This is a study that they did on the time-sensitive value of efficiency. And the impetus for the study was that Xcel found that as more wind and more solar was coming online, their avoided cost and their efficiency program cost effectiveness was declining. And so they wanted to explore how they could target efficiency programs that saved energy when marginal avoided costs and emissions were high. So they used 8760 annual hourly data. Wilden, the consultant for Xcel, did this analysis for them to compare the impact of 20 different strategies for 10 specific projects that were part of Xcel's commercial design assistance program, which is more or less a new construction program. And they identified what strategies reduced cost and emissions the most. And the metrics that they used for the study were site BTU, cost, and carbon dioxide savings in 2018, and then cost and carbon dioxide savings in 2028. And that's what each one of those bars represent, and the legends at the bottom of the slide. And so the slide highlights just 4 of the strategies. You can get to all of them if you click on the link. But it highlights examples of measures that are cost effective and produce carbon savings today and in the future, which is the lighting power density example. It's the third one over from the right. And it highlights an example of measures that will become cost effective or produce carbon savings in the future, but aren't really producing those right now, which is the heat pump and the variable refrigerant flow example, which is the second one over from the right. And then also measures that are not cost effective today, but they will be in the future, which is the electric reheating coils, which is the first one from the right. And then finally, measures that don't produce carbon emission savings today or in the future, which is the electric storage hot water, electric solar water, the last example on the right. So that was a pretty interesting study that they did. We can go on to the next slide, which is an example of using time-sensitive value for efficiency design in Texas, and this is for Encore, which is a investor-owned utility in Texas. A lot of the utilities in Texas offer residential, hard-to-reach, and commercial standard offer programs, and this table is an example of the incentives that Encore was paying to to their contractors for both peak demand savings and annual energy reductions for their commercial program. So they're taking into account when those savings are occurring and paying incentives based on that, not just the annual energy savings number. And this was pretty common in Texas to do that. So if we go on to the next slide, this is my next use case example is integrated resource planning. This is an example from PacifiCorp, which is an investor-owned utility in the Pacific Northwest. And they use 8760 data to create energy efficiency supply curves, which are then fed into their capacity expansion model, and they're allowed to compete with all other resources, and the model optimizes and selects the least cost and risk portfolio to for their planning. And what I have on this slide, the top chart is the energy efficiency bundles that were created. So those were the savings that were available at different cost bundles, and it's dollars per megawatt hour, and it goes from less than $10 all the way over to more than $1,000 on the x-axis, and then the y-axis is megawatt hours that are available. So the model can select all or portions of those bundles as it sees fit. And then the chart on the bottom shows the outcome of this, which the blue bar at the top is the amount of efficiency that the model selects over the planning period for the integrated resource plan. So it's growing over time, and it is being selected and used by the model. And then if we go forward one more slide, this is my last example on the time-sensitive value of efficiency. And this is for markets. So this is ISO New England. They have a forward capacity market that allows efficiency to participate in it. And this shows the results of the last 3 forward capacity auctions. And the auctions are held 3 years in advance. Efficiency competes with all of the other resources. And then the lowest price offers clear the auction. They become designated capacity resources, and they receive the fixed monthly payments for their capacity obligation. So as you can see, efficiency is increasing year over year from 7 to 8 to 9% for each of the forward capacity auctions. And it's the lighter blue bar portion at the top of the bars as you are looking at them. So that is, there's also some changes being made to ISO New England with efficiency for the capacity market and how it's going to perform and how it's going to be paid, which I will not get into here, but I did just want to note that. And then if we can go forward one slide, I'm going to switch over to now talking about the locational value of distributed energy resources with a focus on efficiency. And we can go to the next slide, Andy. And these slides are based mostly on some research that Lisa and I have been doing, Lisa Schwartz and I have been doing on a forthcoming report on the locational value of DERs. And as Tom discussed in his presentation, there's lots of different primary and secondary electricity system benefits, including deferred or avoided costs for distribution and transmission capacity and for energy. And several of these benefits require assessing the value of DERs at a specific point on the grid or the locational value of that resource. And it's important because utility investments in electricity distribution systems are increasing, and they account for the largest portion of capital expenditures for IOUs. It was right around 30% in 2019. So it's a big chunk of money. If we go on to the next slide, this was something that I think Tom probably talked about in his presentation, but the economic value of DERs, including efficiency that can provide grid services, it's dependent on where those impacts occur, and so what the locational value is. And for this example, this is from our time-sensitive value research. This is the California air conditioning example. So 32% of the value for residential air conditioning is from distribution system savings, and nearly half, right around, I think, 46% of the benefits come from the locational benefits from capacity savings from transmission and distribution. So it can be a pretty significant portion of the value that these resources are bringing to the grid. And then if we go forward one more slide, Tom had this in his deck. DER value creation begins at the distribution system level, but the impacts come back to generation and transmission. So reducing line losses saves energy on the transmission and the distribution system. So we're not just talking about distribution here, we are talking about the bulk power system too. And we can go on to the next slide, which is starts to get into some examples. And this is a non-wires alternative example from Pacific Power and the Energy Trust of Oregon. So they're up in the Northwest. And they partnered together to implement a time and location-specific efficiency pilot to explore deferring a substation upgrade, which is the non-wires alternative. And it was a two-year pilot that was targeted at deployment of efficiency for 3,000 customers to reduce substation load. And it concluded, and it didn't solve the feeder constraint, but it did. The utility did consider the pilot to be a success. And in the table, it shows they achieved 800 to 900 kW of peak demand reduction. And they also, the utility also considered the program to be a success because they were able to quickly deploy the efficiency measures. And they were able to measure the impact of efficiency on the feeder line. So they had some good lessons learned from it. And the measures that they used for this non-wires alternative were energy saver kits, smart thermostat, online home energy reviews, and then the commercial measures were direct install lighting, commercial multifamily, direct install for commercial and multifamily, and standard incentives. And there was also industrial savings. So they went across all three sectors for this program. And then if we go on to the next slide, this is a Portland General Electric Smart Grid testbed example. This highlights locational value. This is a project, it's ongoing in 3 communities in Portland that are using efficiency and demand flexibility to meet a capacity gap that they identified in their integrated resource plan. And they're targeting 69 megawatts of demand flexibility in the summer and 77 megawatts in the winter. And they're testing a wide range of DER technologies, including smart thermostats and heat pump water heaters and EV chargers and batteries. And they're using, they're also studying a lot of other components of implementing these measures and motivations for customers beyond just the dollar savings. And so they are looking at, customers are provided a rebate that is $1 for each kilowatt hour reduced in energy consumption during events that are called. They're also testing different approaches to move customers to an opt-in direct load control program, and distribution substation level data is being used to help come up with scenarios for modeling DERs and distribution system planning. So this is a very broad reaching pilot that's looking at much more than what the locational value of the resources are. And then we can go on to the next slide. This is one that's in Michigan, Consumers Energy. This is a pilot for non-wires alternative, again, looking at how to reduce load using existing energy efficiency programs. They wanted to defer a over $1 million infrastructure investment, and they wrapped up the pilot in 2018, and they were happy with the results and have rolled out a new 2019 pilot that's also looking at a non-wires alternative at a new substation where they want to reduce peak load by 0.5 megawatt, and that will also be specifically targeting efficiency and demand response for residential and C&I programs. And then if we can go on to the next slide, and I think this is my last one, which means we're good on time. This is a very well-known non-wires alternative that generated quite a bit of value. This is the Brooklyn, Queens, Con Ed demand management program that used energy efficiency to defer a $1 billion upgrade. So very, very big savings associated with the site-specific efficiency on this one. And this is an ongoing project, and Con Ed and a lot of the utilities in New York have been exploring lots of non-wires alternatives to try and identify other locations where they're able to produce significant savings based on targeted reductions. This project wasn't just efficiency, but it did contribute quite a bit. Efficiency did contribute quite a bit to the solution. So the last slide is my contact info, and I will stop there. There's a couple minutes left for questions if anyone has any specific questions on this presentation. If not, as I said earlier, I will be joining the panel with Andy and Sydney and Tom at the end, and we can talk about any of the any questions that people have then as well. Thanks, Andy, for advancing my slides.
Sure thing. Brad, I think you're monitoring the chat. Did you see any questions for Natalie at this time?
Not at this moment, no. So we're still getting questions in from the last presentation, previous presentation. So why don't we move on and then we'll see, because who knows, questions may still come in.
Okay.
So if you want to take over, Andy.
Sure thing. Let me just get us out of one presentation and into another here. Just one moment. Great. And Sydney, are you able to join? Do you have audio connection all set up and all that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Great. Yeah, we can hear you. Very well. Okay. Right. Just get this all pulled up here. Let me confirm. Are you all able to see my slides? Sydney, can you see the slide full screen?
No, I don't see your slide.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it yet.
Okay. I'm going to guess that I don't have my screen shared. Here. One moment here. Connecting. Okay. Just reverse engineer this. Let me just stop my video for a moment. I hope that did not short circuit the connection here. Well, for some reason, all of a sudden, it is now deciding it does not want to allow me to connect anything. Just stuck here. Sydney, I don't know, maybe we can trade off. Would it be possible for you to share the PowerPoint and maybe you could advance for me?
Let me see.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why I was able to do it for Natalie, but not for myself.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, if you can get it full screen, that would be great. Yeah, that's perfect. Well, great. Sydney, do you mind just advancing for me? Okay, great. So, just want to thank everyone again. Certainly want to thank the IURC for this opportunity to present some work that we did as part of a technical assistance project, as I mentioned before. This was work that was funded by the U.S. Department of Energy Solar Energy Technologies Office. We want to certainly acknowledge their support in this effort. What we're going to do here is I'm going to kick things off, start the presentation, and then my colleague Sydney is going to present some of the results of our analysis. Encourage your questions and comments. As Natalie mentioned, we'll have plenty of time in a kind of a roundtable format to answer questions. So I want to go to the next slide, Sydney. So I think actually, Tom and Natalie did a great job setting kind of this regional and national context for this topic. I think within the Indiana context, the IRP process is really seeking continual improvement in the representation of supply and demand resources. It's an important process, as you all know, and live this very much in the state, to inform policy around DERs and identify future energy and capacity requirements where DERs are likely to provide value. So we consider this also very cutting edge type analysis. So I think it fits well with this annual technical conference. So within this context of increasing interest in capturing the value of distributed energy resources, as well as seeing how those resources change and as the future grid resource mix shifts towards potentially more renewables, more storage, or higher end user transportation electrification, we want to look at what is the value of distributed energy resources and what might that mean for integrated resource planning. So we can go to the next slide. So specifically what we did here is we performed what I would call a first order assessment of what distributed energy resource system and distributed energy resource characteristics are likely to matter for Indiana's planning decisions. To be clear, we're not prescribing a specific approach, but rather just increasing awareness of what factors seem to matter when modeling distributed energy resources within the context of integrated resource plans. We obviously understand that Indiana utilities employ a different number of approaches and different models, and acknowledge that, as I said before, the time-dependent value of distributed energy resources is a pretty emerging area and can be limited often just by the capability of dispatch models. So what we're doing is we're taking a step back and using Indiana utility data as well as some other publicly available data of hourly energy prices in some different grid futures to look at the marginal value of energy efficiency in particular, but broadly, what DER features and system characteristics matter. Obviously, we're not considering all possible DER characteristics, and obviously there's a wide range of possible grid futures, but we just want to present this as kind of fodder for discussion. Let's go to the next slide. So we began by reviewing Indiana utility IRPs to understand current approaches around representing distributed energy resources. We also reviewed literature and other studies that are out there around DER forecasting, resource valuation, and dispatch modeling mechanics and approaches. We then collected DER data and system prices to inform a marginal value analysis, really centered on the question, what are the DER features with the highest and lowest system value, and how should those be taken into account in IRP modeling? So I'll break down the first two steps in this approach, and then Sydney will present the results of our marginal value analysis. So let's take one step back. This is just a repeat of the excellent information that Tom presented, but I want to bring it up again because I think it's important to provide some additional context about what we're talking about and how this fits into these many methods to assess DER resource size and value. So what we're talking about is really intended to inform this less prevalent practice where DERs are modeled as a competitive resource and dispatched endogenously within the resource planning models. I think at the same time, the marginal value analysis we're going to share today can inform other DER resource processes. So for example, showing what types of DERs and measures or technologies might be most valuable to inform policy goals or potentially for benchmarking in the competitive bidding process. So it touches on some other areas, but again, we're really looking primarily at how you incorporate DERs within the planning models for IRPs. Go next slide. So we looked at three DERs, specifically demand response, distributed generation, and energy efficiency. I'm going to begin here with demand response. It's pretty quick. We determined no particular focus was necessary, given that it appears the current modeling of DR in Indiana IRP seemed somewhat acceptable, but obviously there is this overall context of seeking continual improvement in IRPs. So to that extent, we won't spend any time on it today, but I did want to note in this presentation deck that's posted on the IRC website, we did put together an appendix that has a literature review of DR modeling improvements and some different resources that you can go to if you're interested in that for future reference. Go next slide. So we also reviewed current and forecasted distributed generation in Indiana. That analysis showed that it's pretty small for most utilities. The 2020 levels are at or below 1% of retail sales. At this level of penetration, most of the impacts, again, to the extent there really are any, and our colleague JP, as part of the task force, found that the distribution system can handle additional DG on it without significant implications. But really, you know, the impacts are likely to occur primarily on the distribution system and not be observed in the IRP. So this was also a DER type that we didn't focus a lot on. We did include that comparison of DG forecasts to third-party forecasts, if you think about as a possible way to benchmark these, as well as some references for DG forecasting methodology is also in the slide deck as an appended set of slides that you can reference as well. Let's go to the next slide. So, so we get to energy efficiency. So the third DR here, energy efficiency, was really the focus of our marginal value analysis. You know, the IRPs in Indiana play a key role in setting the level of ratepayer-funded energy efficiency that's administered by the utilities, as well as a resource that has considerable history and sizable impacts in the state. As we'll describe in more detail in the following slides, we performed this marginal value assessment of energy efficiency measures and technologies and compared them across different future grid scenarios. We'll get into more of that now. So if we can go to the next slide. You know, just as a starting place, we looked at the 5 investor-owned utility IRPs and just tried to assess, you know, and summarize them across different categories in the way that they represent energy efficiency, including whether the energy efficiency resource competes against supply-side resources or is just modeled as a load reduction or decrement, how EE measures are characterized, whether or not those EE impacts are represented on an hourly basis within the modeling, and whether those EE impacts change over time through that analysis period that the IRP is looking at. You know, sort of the one consistent approach that we observed was that the modeled measures were largely based on utility-specific market potential studies, with most utilities including only energy efficiency that had been deemed to be cost-effective with a high adoption potential. In almost all the cases, the EE measures were characterized and grouped together largely based on their cost, actually, not necessarily on their measure types or measure impacts. And we're going to talk about at the end about the difference between what we're looking at here, which is trying to perceive the value versus what you would group these measures maybe by cost, which is in the case of these IRPs. So let's go to the next slide so we can get into a little bit of the analysis here. So the marginal value approach, just as a high-level summary, is can often be referred to as a price-taking approach. So this is essentially where you take the DER value by multiplying its production or load reduction in the case of DERs by the marginal utility cost in each hour. So it's a P times Q type methodology. In short, we're calculating the value of the next megawatt hour of each of the energy efficiency measures. I think that's the most simple way to think about it. You know, this can be a really straightforward first-order analysis, as we're hoping to demonstrate, and can really capture time-dependent value with easily obtainable inputs. At the same time, you know, I think Tom captured it well in saying that there's no single utility system economic value of energy efficiency. Instead, one should try to capture as many of the dimensions as possible that he identified. And we note that this approach only captures a subset of DER value streams, essentially only what's reflected in that marginal utility cost. So I'd also say that this approach, because it's a marginal approach and not a portfolio approach, you can't build out a portfolio of cost-effective resources. Ideally, that would be done within the IRP modeling as part of developing a least cost portfolio of supply and demand resources. And the interpretation of the results, essentially, what we're trying to do here is to prioritize the types of DERs based on their marginal value. So what measures are likely to provide the greatest system value, and identify the conditions that drive higher value or lesser value for those particular measures. So let's go to the next slide. So the data that we're dealing with is that you know, we obtained some Indiana-specific data through a data request. We're really grateful for the utilities' thorough and comprehensive replies to that. Importantly, we normalized and aggregated utility data into annual and seasonal averages you'll see in the results. And then we also aggregated and grouped energy efficiency measures into more consistent residential and commercial program types or categories, so we could have some, you know, consistency across utilities in that regard. So there was some subjection there on our part but it seemed pretty straightforward. So with that, I will stop and I will pass the mic over to you, Sydney, to describe the results.
Thank you. So what we used, what Andrew just mentioned, we used the 2020 and 2030 Indiana IOU IRP values for both the marginal cost of energy. So again, when we're talking about the value of energy efficiency, we're talking about that sort of avoided marginal cost of energy. And we also received from them an 8760 of energy efficiency savings, so essentially availability of that resource. And so we aim to compare and contrast a little bit the different measures and their values throughout the seasons and hours of the day. And also we use NREL cases to demonstrate future scenarios and how, kind of like Tom mentioned, different scenarios can yield different values of different resources, depending again on that time-specific value. So for these slides, we focus just on the 2020 utility-specific IRP values in an aggregated form. So this is, again, just an illustration of what we're talking about for the rest of these slides when we talk about the value of energy efficiency. So essentially, this depends both on the avoided cost of energy, but also the availability of the resource. So up here in the upper left-hand corner, we put essentially the summer and the winter price just to show how this might differ seasonally. And you can see here the summer, it peaks in late afternoon versus the winter as kind of this dual peaking system in the morning and the nighttime. And this in the lower left-hand corner is just for illustration, residential HVAC, energy efficiency availability. So you see in the summertime, cooling comes on. It looks kind of similar to that summer price, but translate a little bit to the right. So more so in the evening is our availability. And the winter time, you see it peaks in the morning time, but it's pretty high throughout the night, and the trough is kind of in that late afternoon time period. So putting them together is how we get the energy efficiency value. So for something like that exit sign that Natalie was showing for flat availability, you'd see the lines perfectly match up with that average or that cost of electricity. But instead, we see differences based on the availability. So one way you can see that here is that availability of residential HVAC in the summer translated to the evening. You see again that value translated a little bit to the right of what the summer price would actually be. And one quick note, I guess, is when we talk about specific energy efficiency measures and their marginal value ranking, we're not necessarily talking about where the measure lines up and ranks against others for most gross savings, dollars or kilowatt hour value. So here we put this up, and I would pay attention to the colors rather than the actual values, just to show how this marginal value of energy efficiency can vary again over the course of the hour or also the course of the year. So for every 8760, there's a different value. This is just to demonstrate how the values do change. So moving across the rows, how it differs throughout the year. Moving down the rows, you see how it changes over the course of the day. So a few things that stand out is you can see what you saw on the previous slide, that summer peak in the late afternoon and the winter dual peak in the morning and the evening. But also you see a few things like how the summer actually is the biggest difference in value. So because it's pretty low over the course of the night, these energy efficiency resources that are available in the summer, they're only really going to get significantly higher values if they're available for that late afternoon peak versus in the winter time, something that can catch one or both of the peaks or like an always on energy efficiency measure for the winter can pretty accurately capture a lot of the value just because the lows aren't quite as low. So we then wanted to show how this might differ, splitting up the energy efficiency by marginal values. So when we took the average seasonal value, we took the maximum of all those 4 seasonal values and ranked them here as well as with the far right, put the season of the highest value. So again, one thing right off the bat is that you see that the highest values in summer and winter, again, because that's when the various peaks happen throughout the year. You also see a few other interesting things. So C&I appliances rank fairly high because they are on, if you look at the shape, a little bit deeper into the late afternoon, so they're able to capture both that summer and that winter peak. So they're pretty high value across the year. Residential HVAC squarely hits that summer peak, but I'll show you in a future slide that their average annual value is actually not this high. So it's pretty squarely coincident with that summer peak, but it doesn't provide too much winter value. And on the low end, you can see that residential lighting, it essentially kicks on after that peak, so it misses that peak, and therefore it stays rather low. And yeah, all values are in the summer and winter. So here we wanted to show how this ranking then changes up when you look at each seasonal ranking. So here we have it ranked by the overall annual average. And again, one thing I mentioned in the last slide was you saw that residential HVAC fall in terms of the annual ranking. And then the red here indicates that that seasonal ranking is lower than the annual average and green is higher than. So you do see a reshuffling, which is just what we wanted to express with this slide. So different resources might be more valuable based on the season or the hour you might be in. Residential HVAC specifically, you saw it go from number 2, and that was for just the maximum seasonal value, to the middle of the pack at 6. So you can see here, looking across that in the fall and the summer, it has some of the highest values versus the winter and spring at some of the lowest. So it balances out that way. So it has very seasonal value. Some other things that have very little change on the high end, the C&I appliance again. So again, it always kind of hits those peaks. And then the C&I HVAC, it never quite gets those peaks in either the winter time or the summer. So then we want to then compare present values with future values. And so interpreting this slide, this again is taking the 2030 utility or Indiana utility specific IRP values, so what they predict for the future, and it's kind of aggregating all of them. This is a consistent assumption with all but one of the utilities that the marginal cost of energy is going to increase. So that's what you see here. When we move from 2020 to 2030, you see a bigger increase of value. We show in another slide that you see a slightly bigger increase for that residential value. And the one thing then left is essentially the height of these rectangles. So the way you can interpret that, the middle line of every rectangle is that average annual, and the high is the high seasonal average value, and the low end of that rectangle is the low seasonal average. So what you see from 2020 to 2030 is this elongation of those rectangles, which shows essentially that there's more seasonality to these values as time goes on. So overall, you can generally see that there's increased value and also increased seasonal variability with those bigger boxes. And I should mention that this is also just for a sense check consistent with the NREL base case. There should be a bigger increase and range seasonally. So speaking of the NREL case, we wanted to then look at different future scenarios and how they might impact the value of different measures. And we wanted to look specifically at their high variable renewable energy scenario. And in doing that, we're actually going to change a little bit, and we're comparing it to their base case scenario, so not the IRP 2030 scenario. So everything is comparing NREL to NREL to kind of compare apples to apples as much as possible. So this is more of like an FYI slide. So when we're talking about this high renewables case, I just wanted to make clear what we're actually talking about. And here you can see that there's no actual increase in wind in this assumption. It's just an increase in PV solar. And what that's displacing is primarily coal and a little bit of natural gas. So when you look at these numbers, also keep in mind that 12% PV solar, it's not something like this huge duck curve that you'll see in Hawaii or California. So you'll see, again, an increase in PV, but it's still within reason, so it's not hugely changed. So we wanted then, again, looking at these 2030 scenarios, we wanted to look at the hourly and the monthly variation in energy efficiency value. So what you see here is fairly consistent with what you see with increased solar. So a little bit less value during the day when the sun is shining, and that's translated to the evening with a huge spike for that, that big ramping period. And then when you look at it monthly, you see a little bit less value for the months where solar is producing the most, and then otherwise it looks fairly similar. So again, this is pretty consistent with increased PV penetration, but it's not a huge difference. So the next question is, what does this do with residential or with energy efficiency measure rankings? This rank is, again, slightly different because we're using the NREL base case. So the rankings are slightly different than the IRP case. But what we wanted to show here was the reshuffling that may happen if you change scenarios, so how scenario dependent these values really are. And what you can see here is definitely a reshuffling. One thing that becomes clear off the bat is that residential measures generally increase in value a little bit compared to the CNI values. And that's mainly because, again, that value is shifting towards the evening, which is when a lot of people are getting home and leaving work and turning stuff on, and offices or commercial buildings are more or less shutting down. So the biggest shifts are actually, you can see residential lighting here goes from 9th place to quite low in the mid case up to 3. And again, that's just because of coincidence. So what we want to demonstrate here with even with that that marginal, I suppose it's not tiny, but marginal increase of PV solar, you see big changes and big reshuffling when it comes to what's most valuable for marginal energy efficiency. So I'm going to shift it back to Andy to finish up.
Thanks, Sydney. So I'm just going to conclude with a couple observations from the analysis and some implications that we think are important for the IRP process in Indiana. So the first was that we saw that the marginal value of energy efficiency varied by sector, residential or commercial, as well as by season and by hour. You know, one implication of this is that energy efficiency investments in an IRP context could be more focused on measures with higher impacts during constrained or higher value times like seasonal peaks. And another implication is, and this is more on the load side, is that decreasing the consumption across the entire year would certainly require obviously a more diverse bundle of energy efficiency measures given this variation on a measure basis. Next slide. The second observation is that we saw higher energy efficiency value does not necessarily align with the largest demand reductions. I think one important implication, especially for IRPs that model energy efficiency as a load decrement, is that this might over or undervalue the resource. So the degree to which that EE resource is over or undervalued depends on the particular measure and season, as we saw in the results. I think another implication here is that the incremental value of an energy efficiency measure may change with increased penetration. I think this is harder to show in a marginal value analysis because we're not showing cumulative or portfolio impacts. But, you know, all else being equal, a further load reduction would reduce the marginal value of subsequent EE measures. And this would be because marginal prices decline. If you're determining energy efficiency impacts outside the IRP modeling, then you don't necessarily capture this declining marginal value. Next slide. The third observation is that residential energy efficiency appears to become more valuable over time, and especially by season. One implication of this is that energy efficiency portfolios may need to adapt to and reflect this shift in residential and commercial value during the analysis period. And this, you know, another implication is the increase in residential efficiency marginal values is driven in part by the timing and size of Indiana's summer and winter peaks. And this particular artifact might be more fully accounted for in residential energy efficiency investments that are screened and then selected for the IRP modeling. And then last, we'll go to the next slide. So the kind of final observation here is that the monthly value of energy efficiency was reduced in a high VRE future, but with a shift in the timing and magnitude on an hourly basis. So this more concentrated value in the narrow peak periods may suggest more targeted energy efficiency investments in such a future, again, especially with residential energy efficiency. And it also implied that a high variable renewable energy future will impact EE value and should be accounted for in IRP modeling to the extent that these types of futures are modeled. So with that, if we go to the next slide, just to show that we do have our contact information here if you all want to follow up. And as I mentioned before, the presentation and all the appended additional information is posted on the IURC website. So thanks. And Brad, I think we're right at 3 o'clock Eastern, so we can also move right into the panel discussion if you'd like.
Yeah, why don't we move into the panel discussion and because I think Doug, our moderator, is online, and then I encourage people that are watching on the YouTube link to continue to send questions, and what we can do is we can pass them along as part of this conversation. And if you have a speaker that you want your question to go to, please let us know. But yeah, just keep sending those questions, and we will try to address them here, or as I said, in writing later. Doug, it's all yours.
Thanks, Brad. You can hear me, right? Okay. I'm going to go back through the chat because I think there's some questions from earlier that didn't get captured. This one's from Mike Mullet. I think it was originally for Tom, but I think it's a good question for anybody that's interested in answering it. Do we need engineering estimates of avoided cost to kickstart market pricing for the value of various DERs in the organized markets?
Well, I responded to Mike and Polly on I think that there's a two-part answer to that. If kickstarting is the goal, then you probably want to use the cost of new market entry rather than forward capacity and energy prices to establish that the avoided cost and the value of those. If you're simply interested in trying to get to a point where you're developing those resources on par with other resource alternatives, then you'd probably use the forward capacity and energy costs or values prices that are established through the bidding process and auction process that you have in place in organized markets now in the near term, and then the longer term for measures that have lifetimes beyond where the forward capacity market prices are established, or the forward energy prices are established, or values posted for ancillary services. Then you need to transition to something like cost of new market entry, because that's what you would end up competing against long term. So those costs of new market entry are likely to be engineering estimates or proxy values, as I referred to them in the presentation.
Thank you. We have a question. This one is for Tom. It's from Hedis Power Association. Do your modeling recommendations apply to IURC cost and benefit analysis of load reductions due to on-site CHP or WHP generation beyond occasional curtailments?
Yeah, the recommendations that I made in the report, or the enhancements in the report, apply across the board to all resource valuations. So it's not just specific to flexible resources, but it's the way you would model from the utility system standpoint the benefits and costs of any particular resource. So you need its characteristics, its availability, its dispatchability, its carbon emissions, if that's an issue, its load shape, all those factors that the resource capacity expansion models would need to know to understand it better, to understand it as a utility system resource. So like energy efficiency or distributed solar or demand response, all those characteristics need to be imported into the model so it's treated on symmetrically and on par with other generating resource options. You don't want to provide a thumb on the scale one way or another. It's simply an objective analysis.
Thank you. And it looks like we have a couple directed toward Natalie. From Mike Mullett, asking about information to post regarding the October 5th conference on FERC Order 2222. Where could we get that? Natalie, I think you're muted.
Okay, there we go. I said that's actually more of a Lisa question, but I think that maybe she can chime in because I'm not actually certain where that information is.
Okay. We'll switch
Lisa's
to Lisa.
on mute though, I think.
I don't think you can hear me.
I
We can
can.
hear you now.
Okay, great, thanks. Thanks for the question. So I sent to Brad a flyer on how to register for the October 5th roundtable with MISO region commissioners and Director Jennifer Richardson from the Energy Office. So I don't know, Brad or Bob, I sent it to Bob actually. I don't know if one of you could post it somewhere in tandem with this, but that would probably be the easiest way to provide the information is just to post the flyer.
We got the email. I have we posted it someplace? I don't know if we posted, but we can check into that and take care of it.
Thank you.
So, and the other question is for Natalie, and this is specifically regarding your presentation on incentives to customers in the Portland example. How did they determine the optimal price for a desired behavioral change?
I don't know how they came up with the dollar per kWh for the payment for participation in the program. I know that they're doing more research around how what motivates customers, because it may not just be the financial aspect that is motivating customers to act when called upon. And I'm going to actually ask Lisa to see if she has any other insights. She's in Oregon, so I always assume she knows more about everything in Oregon than I do. But I don't know if she has any other insights to share on how they came up with that incentive level.
I don't, and you're talking about, I think, the critical peak rebate program. It is a pretty significant incentive level. Certainly, we have seen that absent a significant incentive on a critical peak pricing basis, customers may not act. But this is sort of like opt out, you know, unless you opt out, you're going to get this incentive level. So I don't think that that was the same consideration as much. You know, I don't know how they did it specifically. The Portland General Electric did the analysis. They also, it's not just the critical peak rebate, but they also have incentives for a host of technologies for residential and commercial, whether it's smart thermostats, you know, storage systems. EVs are going to be part of the program. And so they do have an advisory group set up to work with the utility on this and make recommendations to the commission. But I apologize, I don't know how they did the analysis.
Lisa, do you know if Pete Capper's report on pilots talks about this at all? Or Andy, I don't know if either one of you, I haven't had a chance to review it, but I'm not certain if he gets into how to set prices, but I know the smart grid research that Pete Capper's led did talk about different incentive levels and how to, or what the outcome of different incentive levels were for critical peak pricing and a variety of other rate mechanisms, but I don't know if any of the more recent work addresses that.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, Natalie. I think they're looking more at what's the customer response to different pricing levels, and that obviously needs to be taken into consideration, kind of as Lisa was talking about. But the actual setting of the value itself, I think, is part art and part science, right? Certainly wants to reflect the, you know, as Tom was saying, you know, you want to reflect like cost of new entry if you want to have a capacity component to it. If you want to induce load change at those capacity-driven hours, but by how much of that value you reflect in the rate at that time, I think is up for lots of discussion and negotiation.
Yeah. Well, I don't see any more questions on the chat feature. I encourage you, if you have questions, go ahead and do that. In the meantime, I'm going to ask a question or two. And this is one that's always, I've never really gotten a good handle on this in my head, how to approach this, but it's fairly common practice, at least here in Indiana, to bundle the EE programs together in the IRP, mostly to facilitate modeling efficiency. If you give the model too many choices, it takes forever to solve. How do you have any recommendations for how we could, a utility could tweak that bundling process and still preserve the time value of the different types of programs? If you do it strictly on a cost basis, you may have two programs bundled together that have very different load shapes, for instance. So do you have any thoughts on that matter?
I'll take a first cut. I suspect Andy and Sydney have similar responses, but if the principal value is both the temporal value and location for the IRP modeling process, it probably won't recognize much about the location because those models are largely based on generation transmission, not distribution. So you want to get the load shape mostly right. So you can bundle things with comparable impacts with respect to load shape, and then see what the aggregate price of that weighted average price of that bundle is. That's probably a better bundling criteria because that's going to get you to identify the best values. Another approach is to spend some time running alternative load shapes to see which has the most value, which is what Sydney and Andy were looking at. And so you have a priori knowledge of which ones are going to be your best bang for the buck given their load shape. You want to try and bundle those together because they may not be operated as programs, but they would be the focus of your programs. So they may not be a single program, but they would be an array of programs that have a particular load shape kinds of impact. And those are the things you want to focus on rather than kludging them together with something just because you've got a residential lighting program and not all lighting is the same, outdoor lighting versus indoor lighting, and commercial lighting, outdoor lighting versus indoor lighting or street lighting. And so just because they're lighting doesn't mean that they have the same load shape either. And so I think we focus on load shape as a principal criteria. And there are probably other ones that might be advantageous, but getting some understanding and feedback from the capacity expansion model about what it wants with respect to where it has problems, it helps you identify the kinds of bundling criteria you want to use to be the most effective. And the second level is that our practice in the Northwest has been that we bundle stuff that's really cheap up to a point where the model has to differentiate. And so there's a bunch of cheap things that get always purchased, and putting them all in at an average price because they always get purchased because they're very cheap or negative cost avoids having multiple bundles at low cost that always show up being selected, and eliminates packaging a bunch of things that would be one package because they'll always be purchased by the model. And that minimizes the number and get more granularity around where the model seems to be hunting for the avoided cost. So if market clearing prices tend to be around $50, you want to spend a lot of time putting packages together that are 45, 47, 52, and not a lot of time spending things that are bundled that have a price of 35.
Yeah, Tom, I just want to, I do agree with that, and I think one of the intents of our analysis, or what kind of came out of it, was a recognition that the value really does matter by measure, and so how you take that into account, I think you could do it quite straightforward, and perhaps, instead of bundling by cost, Doug, as you suggested, maybe bundle by load shape, put those resources that have a maybe by the high seasonal value together, high summer value versus high winter value, or just prioritize the top 5 value measures. If you're concerned about computational efficiency, just model those and model them separately. I think, but I also want to acknowledge in the context that, and I think this is a tension that a lot of jurisdictions face, where they have a cost effectiveness screening process for energy efficiency programs that is separate from and often disjointed from the integrated resource planning, both in terms of the inputs as well as the timing of it. You often see DSM program screening that occurs in years that they're not doing IRPs, and so they don't often, speak well to each other. So, and that's just a difficulty. But maybe accepting that the IRP can provide perhaps a better understanding of the value of these resources as they're endogenously selected, and that the DSM, cost effectiveness screening is really an opportunity to look at, okay, what are the actual costs of these measures, and using that value that comes out of the IRP process, how do those costs, balance against the value and the benefits? And I think the other thing I do want to say is interesting that I think Tom brought this up. This is something I wanted to point out. The analysis that Sydney and I did really looked at only the avoided energy value. We were using hourly production costs from the utility IRPs. That doesn't necessarily reflect some of the capacity value, and it doesn't reflect some of the transmission and distribution and other avoided cost value. So we didn't see a big range, right? Our seasonal maximums differed by maybe $5 a megawatt hour across all the measures, and I think that was the same for the annual averages. But if you load in some of these other value streams like capacity and transmission and distribution, it would be worth exploring how big is that range. It's likely to be much bigger than $5 a megawatt hour, and that might give you an even further stratification and consideration of, okay, these really are my primary 2 or 3 measures that I want to spend time exploring in the IRP.
Well, let me. I also want to ask another question that's related to get some responses here, because I agree that it's really important to look at similar load shapes when you're bundling things. But at the same time, if you're bundling something with a similar load shape, one item has a really low cost, and the other one is much higher cost, but you're understandably grouping it together by load shape. How do we address that? And I think that partly goes to Andy's point about, there are other cost-effective screening measures. But Sydney, as you address the comment that you were going to make, maybe you and others can opine on that, which I think is a problem.
Yeah, I was actually about to talk about grouping by similar load shapes as well, just because with any resource that's coincident, say if lighting is the most cost effective and that's lumped in with other lighting, there's also somewhat of an erosion of that value if they're all coincident with one another. So I think definitely having a diversity or something that does address a specific need. So again, that summer evening need or that winter morning need, and being a little bit more intentional with how things are prioritized. I think it sort of shortcuts the feedback that isn't necessarily always available when doing some of this resource planning, just because again, even in our analysis, we captured just the marginal avoided cost of energy. We didn't necessarily loop back in, like say you add all these additional energy efficiency savings, what then happens to the price? So because we don't have that built in, that's somewhat of a shortfall that can be circumvented a little bit by grouping the measures a little bit differently. And then just on Andy's point separately, we did look a little bit at the capacity, and it does change things a lot. And I will say that also was very scenario based. So in the sort of higher renewable scenario, you saw a decrease in the value, the energy value of energy efficiency versus a huge increase for capacity values for a lot of these very specific measures that were coincident with these very specific high value times when it came to capacity. So again, being very intentional of what are you actually trying to address when it comes to grid value, and not necessarily just looking at that cost of that measure.
Yeah, I think some of the graphs that Larry showed earlier in the day really bring those home, where you're trying to integrate a bunch of renewables that are not dispatchable, that come when they come, and with a system that has a load shape that an underlying load shape that doesn't match the dispatchable the non-dispatchable resources. And so you try and mitigate that with batteries. That adds additional cost to try and mitigate some of those issues. And it becomes a capacity problem, not an energy problem, because you've got zero variable cost operation with a whole bunch of resources in the system and building capacity so that you have enough energy to store things during a period of time when you don't have the resource running. And so as we build out additional renewables into the system, the energy value is going to decline considerably, and the capacity value becomes a preeminent issue. And it's capacity both for transmission and distribution, but energy as well, or the generated capacity as well. So it will change through time, and that's one of the reasons the recommendation is you need to look at this through the lens of a capacity expansion model, which allows you to play those games and say, what if I'm restricted in the kinds of fossil development I can have going forward? And say if my system builds out, there are a lot of renewables in the MISO system, and what's energy look like versus capacity value in those kinds of worlds. So, when you step back from picking and choosing one in advance to determining which predetermines an outcome, you need the models to help you get some insight as to what resources are going to be needed and what the value proposition looks like going forward when the existing system transitions to a different system. And Larry's games with the scenarios he played clearly indicated to me that without a model, it's not necessary. It's kind of intuitive, but the magnitude of the effects are not as clear as they need to be in selecting resources for what they bring to the system and what the system problems they can fix. And I think it's at an operational level and at a planning level, using the models to provide you some insight there is really critical to getting the appropriate value tied down for these resources.
Yes, unfortunately, once we do into 8760 modeling method, a probabilistic multi-year. I know I've been talking a little bit with at least an individual at MISO, and they are starting to do that more, and they're definitely putting out, notes that the world is changing and the model is going to change to be a little more complicated. That was the reason why I built what I thought were rather simple models and easy to see at least the long-term what would have happened. A couple of those, I won't say a lot, but a couple of those were pretty close to resource plans as best as I could interpret them.
Well, we have a couple more questions coming in on the chat, so I'll go back to that. Mike Mullett says the presenters seem to be using 8760 data. How is data being obtained with that granularity? Does pricing for resources also need to vary with that same granularity? How is that result achieved?
Well,
Any volunteers?
For the renewable, I just pulled information from MISO, pulled information that was available to me for solar. It's also possible to look at just weather history to get a good idea. I looked at a couple of times where resources were short here, and if you look at the weather map, the wind was low all across the Midwest, or the cloud was low all across the Midwest. So I mean, we can use historical stuff that we've got. And I think, Doug, you've got the stuff that I sent, and probably might have access to some from other utilities as they get more experience with solar and wind and stuff. So, I mean, the data can be there. The pricing, I'll just refer back to my 1999 experience when prices shot up to over $1,000 a megawatt hour for a little while on a given day, because and those kind of things sort of inform me that we may again, have to be looking a little broader than we have in the past with load shapes.
Yeah, I think Natalie can speak to the load shape, the deficit in load shape information on end use, energy efficiency, and other DERs that are coming into play. So I won't steal her thunder. She's got that one.
I'm surprised we didn't talk much at all about electric vehicles. I know I've got a model that adds electric vehicles. Certainly uncontrolled charging of electric vehicles falls right into that future high price that was shown in one of the slides. Because as renewables come in, the price goes up in the evening, and that's when the EVs are trying to charge.
For our analysis specifically, oh.
No, go ahead. Talk about the Indiana stuff. I'll talk about the load profiles after that.
Sure. So Andy and I, we got 8760 values from the utilities themselves. However, where there are markets, so, you know, Indiana within PJM and MISO, there are 8760 values, market values available. Outside of markets, there are system lambdas available at that level. And then I will say that for the future scenarios, this was the beta version of an NREL tool that I think should be more widely available after this fall. And then again, speaking to Tom's point and what Natalie, I'm sure, is about to talk about, what was pretty critical was having those end-use load shapes at that 8760 granularity, and those were from the utilities themselves. And in terms of what's publicly available, it's pretty sparse. I feel like there are some, within the Midwest, for example, Illinois has some stuff out there, but it's really challenging to find. And this is a second plug for Natalie's work with end-use load shapes, and I'll let her speak to that.
Yeah, for end-use load profiles, we created an inventory that's on LBL's webpage that lists off all of the publicly available end-use load profile sources that we're aware of at the time that we made the spreadsheet, and we partnered with E3 on creating that. So that's a good place to start if you're looking for a specific load shape. Generally speaking, you know, the EPRI load shape library generally can offer some load profiles. They're not fantastic. There's lots of information about problems with them. There's also OpenEI data sets that are available that are national. There's also documented challenges with using those. And so that's all of the reasons that the Department of Energy funded this multi-year study that NREL is leading on creating end-use load profiles that'll be representative of the residential and commercial building stock. And we're in the process of calibrating those models right now. The commercial region, it's going through its first round of calibration, and we're on the second region for residential. And if you want more information about that, we have the slides from our technical advisory group meeting available on LBL's website, and I can also provide anyone with any additional information they'd like on the project. So those will be completed in September of 2021, and they'll be publicly available. There'll be an online interface. They'll be available in a variety of different slices in terms of geography and climate zones and counties, and should be usable in lots of different formats and available for big models and also for people who aren't as familiar with how to use resources like that.
Are they average load profiles, or are they actual, maybe multi-year? My impression is multi-year is better.
These are going, so they're modeled and they're calibrated to whatever kind of calibration data we can get, and it's usually AMI, and sometimes it's multiple years of AMI, and sometimes it's not. So it's you know, it's thousands of models, and then they're getting calibrated to try and match load research, AMI, you know, whatever we can get our hands on to calibrate them and make them more sound.
Okay.
Thank you, Natalie. I can tell you, if our office is looking forward to being able to access that data and use it for what we do. So thank you for the good work you do there. We have a question from the Heat is Power Association. Can you address the contention that commercial and industrial customers taking load off the grid with DER shifts cost to other customers. Is this true or false for any energy efficiency?
I think it's specific to the rate making designs that they are.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a single answer to that one. That's a woods full of leaves. So everyone's different.
Yeah, I'd say roughly a lot of the fixed cost is rolled into the energy charge per kilowatt hour. Then there's a larger subsidy than if the demand and energy costs are well separated. That makes sense?
Yeah, it's a rate design issue more than anything else.
Thank you. I don't see another question on the chat right now, so I'll go back to one of mine. I have to say, I think Tom put it very well, at least from my perspective, that deterministic models like capacity expansion models are cursed with perfect foresight. Is there a danger in such models that flexible demand resources will actually be overvalued in the model? By that, I mean the model knows exactly when the best time to call on them is, and in the real world, we don't.
Yeah, short answer is yes. Anytime you have perfect foresight, that you have type 1 and type 2 errors both. So, yeah, the world unfolds differently than we plan for it to unfold all the time. And we get black swan events that turn the world upside down, like COVID or an asteroid or whatever. And so my advice is that you need to plan the unexpected, and to deal with that, you need to have some sort of stochastic modeling to properly account for the value proposition for risk mitigation, and understand a better sense of where you're making the assumption that you know an answer in your modeling process, because that will unfold. That will help you better understand the kinds of areas where you need to investigate the risk, either subjectively or analytically in a quantitative way. And I think there's an advancing field in capacity expansion models where they're moving to stochastic modeling, simply because the risks associated with load growth, advancing electrification, range of things that you might have with respect to load uncertainty, because you could have carbon cost imposed on a system that was built out with a lot of fossil fuels, and all of a sudden the disjointed pricing effect of that. And all those things are risks out there that need to be accounted for. And if you assume that it's only going to be $10 carbon and it turns out to be 50, you probably made a mistake and haven't adjusted for that. So before market prices go up and down, or we see renewables deploy faster, electric vehicles deploy slower or faster, all those things, we need to play some games with those to see whether our perfect foresight decisions are subject to big and irrecoverable risks, things that take a long time to fix. That's usually where you get the $1,000 megawatt hour problem, because you've done something that can't be fixed in the near term, and so you suffer the near term penalty. In the Northwest, we had monthly prices in 2001 of $700 an average megawatt hour for a month on average. So that was a big penalty, and it took a long time to recover from that financially for all utilities.
Yeah, I think that the one, I very much agree with Tom. I think the one nuance I would add is just, not every DER is the same. And you want to think about, something like energy efficiency, it's not dispatchable. It's largely, fixed and predictable, at least in terms of its load reduction, to the extent that you have confidence in those load profiles. I think that's very different from a resource like demand response that truly does have an option value, right? I mean, the value of waiting to call it, and letting it sit there for potentially that high summer or high system constraint moment is quite significant. So just to be cognizant, I think this is a real issue, but I don't think people should necessarily shy away from from valuing DERs and including them simply because of this issue, or at least treat them differently. You know, this risk is particularly true for dispatchable resources and not quite as much for non-dispatchable DERs.
Yeah, there's a different risk profile more than anything. And some things have fuel price risks, some have carbon risks, some don't. And so some are dispatchable, some are not. So there's a different risk profile in it. And the real question is compared to what? I have one portfolio that has one set of risk and another portfolio that has a different set of risk. And which ones of those can I do something about? And which ones of those can't I do something about? So, you know, that's managing your risk and being able to adapt to problems. You want to identify the kinds of risks that they have, so if you have a mitigation strategy, you can take it by a physical hedge or a financial hedge that otherwise wouldn't be prominent in your forehead if you didn't think you had that risk. So there's value in knowing what they are, and so that you can address them, or know that you've got a certain magnitude fixed in your mind about how big they are.
Tom, we also make the point in the report about compensation versus valuation.
Yeah, that's a longer issue, but you could certainly make sure that people are compensated for the things that they bring, but it's a separate question from whether they're valuable or not. And the Portland General Electric issue of what am I willing to pay for capacity benefits, how big a payment to make is a judgment call where it's limited by what the value proposition is. So you have to understand the value proposition before you can determine what's the maximum I could pay and still pass muster.
Well, I think we are out of questions. I would like to thank all of the panelists for their time and give you the opportunity to make any final comments if you wish, before I turn it back over to the commission. Any takers? Looks like no, so it's back in the commission's court.
All right. Well, thank you, Doug. I think that was an excellent conversation. I mean, there's a lot of food for thought there in those answers. So what I'll have to do myself is go back to the YouTube link and listen to definitely parts of this today, but especially this last half hour to see if my brain can sort some of this stuff out and see how some different pieces fit together or don't in my mind. But I would like to thank all of the speakers. I mean, Larry, just for this morning and this afternoon, Lisa and Fritz, Lisa again, Tom, Natalie, and Andy. And who am I forgetting? Sydney. I knew I was forgetting somebody going down the speakers list here. Thank you all. You did a great job, and I'm really happy we had very little or no technical difficulties. So I made it through the day without that. And I was only unmuted once when what didn't mean to be. So that's pretty good too. And I will just tell everybody we've had 2 of these in the last couple of months when one was originally supposed to be in the spring and then one in August. And I think our next session will not be until probably next spring. And I would hope, and we'll see how this goes, I would hope to be able to have it more in person next time. So I like the face-to-face interactions much more. But we shall see how the world unfolds. But again, thank you all, and I hope you have a good rest of the day.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Right.